it will seem strange, it should seem to you, that the first worship that men worship was not a man, not a god, but a goddess. The goddess Hathor, H-A-T-H-O-R, H-A-T-H-O-R, Hathor, symbolized as a cow with a sun disk between her horn, which the Jews adopted and called the golden calf. The present Hindus adopted it and call it the sacred cow. When you go to Egypt right here and the western bank of the Nile, there is a temple at a place called Dendera, D-E-N-D-E-R-A-H, built in honor of goddess Hathor, and you would see 3,500 faces on each of the columns and our places of this African woman. And that's why they will have you go to Mecca and to Palestine and to, Jerusalem and to Bethlehem, but never to Egypt, never to Ethiopia, never to Nubia, to see the ancient tombs dug into the walls. When I say a tomb, this building is less than a quarter the size of the average tomb. I'm not talking about an 8x5 thing, where all the records are there. When you talk about this, the source of this having come to Judaism, but where did Judaism? When the Africans established the worship of goddess Hathor, the first known deity, long before they worshipped Ptah. That's the first known male deity. The first known female deity was Hathor. And then there was another female deity by the name of goddess Nut, spelled like nut, Nut. In this here, in most of the pyramids, most of the temples and most of the tombs that you see, especially at a place called today Luxor. The Greeks originally called it Thebes, but the indigenous Africans for the first time call it Wa'at, W-A'-A-T. There on the ceilings of the tombs, you see the body of this woman, this African woman, with stars and moons and everything symbolizing the outer space, the heavens. And one side, her head comes down, and on the other side, the legs come down. And then you see the god Geb, G-E-B, Geb, on kneeling on one knee and holding her, listen to this, at the two columns of heaven. One hand on the vagina and the other on her breast. The two columns of heaven. The most ancient writing about the word heaven, the ancient Egyptian Africans call it Amenta. The opposite of that they call Abydos in the hieratic writing. But when this was thousands of years, there was no Adam and Eve story yet, there was no Jew yet, there was of course no Greece yet. We don't have Greece, doesn't come in history until 833 BC, when Homer wrote the Iliad and the Odyssey. And Homer said that even the gods of Greece, the gods of Europe, the two first gods, Zeus and Apollo, came from Ethiopia. Go read. You're in college, and I'm sure that you have to read the Iliad and the Odyssey. You deal with this. You deal with your own heritage. You forget that the present Pope in Rome is going back to Poland to worship at the feet. This is his own words. And it must be good because white man said it. He said, I am going back to what? Worship at the feet of the black Madonna. It was Kubad ibn Rabad, otherwise called Bilal, who started the first part of the Quran. It was Muhammad ibn Abdullah himself who stated that his grandmother, his mother's mother, came from Ethiopia. It was he himself who sent to Ethiopia, to the emperor, to send him help when he was being chased out of Mecca. When in Mecca they were worshipping the goddess Alat, A-L''L-A-T, Alat and Alohuza. A-L, apostrophe L-A-T, Alat, and Al-Heuza, A-L, hyphen A-H-O-U-S-A. Alat became Allah. And the most important symbol of Islam is still the Kaaba, a black stone, a meter from Ethiopia. Most of the writers of early Islam having come from Ethiopia, such as Al-Sinin, Al-Aziz, and others. But when they show the picture of Muhammad done by an Arab, they only show Bilal as a slave. They didn't even show that slave. But what kind of a slave? That his slavery was as a lawyer, because he was, when he went to Mecca as ambassador for the Ethiopian government, they then held him there and enslaved him over political risk. Nothing said when they came here. That was the beginning of Islam was here with Muhammad ibn Abdullah in 622 AD, or it's also known as the year 1 of the Hijrah. The Hijrah means the year Muhammad ibn Abdullah fled Mecca with Abu Bakr, Umar the Great, Hassad Kubat ibn Rabad, Bilal, himself, and others, the other fathers. And it was 639 that they came here as conquerors with what is called the jihads, J-I-H-A-D-S, or holy wars. Everybody using the Africans for the foundation of their religion and concepts.
To start this and give it practicality, we have to go back to a basic concept that some people still are not sure about. I state that women had to have been created before men, or formed before man, because you cannot get a man from a man, you cannot get a woman from a man, but you can get a man from a woman, and you can get a woman from a woman, and think about that. Any problem with that statement, that compound complex sentence? I don't have one. This is what the old church, the Church of England, and under King Constantine and the Bishop Eusebius, the Church of Rome, had to get rid of and had to change. The last honesty amongst Caucasian principalities dealing with Christianity, and especially Catholicism, came with the onset of the Greeks, who broke away into the Greek Orthodox Church because they got tired of the lies that were being formed and wanted to continue with some semblance of truth from the Greek society. The last time when the Caucasians told truth. The male cannot reproduce himself. The female can. What does that mean if carried to the furthest extent? It means that if the woman also could decide whether she was going to produce a male or a female, the race of man could cease to exist, as we now understand it, as a double gender. That, at one time on earth, was a tremendous problem. The universal cosmic egg theorem is that a cosmic egg was created, and from that generated everything, and that in the egg still is the semblance of first creation. Things start from an egg, whether it be a hard shell finish or a little ovum attached to the uterine wall. Which came first, the chicken or the egg. In 1975, they connected a vibrational detecting device to an unfertilized egg, and they got a rhythmic pulsing beat just like that of a human heart or pulse. What is generally an unfertilized egg? Somebody kind of share with me quickly from the audience. What's the difference between an unfertilized egg and a fertilized egg? Chicken didn't mate, no males around. Yet they have detected, and that experiment has been tried and tried again, some kind of rhythm or pulse within that egg itself. They also found in vertebrates, those that have a central vertebral column again, a spine if you would, that on the phases and oscillations of the moon, that pulse varied, but was always even more intense. We understand that humans are the dominant species on this planet Earth. We are the masters, we are the greatest, and everything else is beneath us, right? Right. Right, yeah, right. The acorn, which has a seed, a phylum of vegetable and plant, contains everything in it that the seed needs to become a mighty oak, including a print on its phloem showing what it's going to look out when it matures, what it's going to look like. Isn't that interesting? Ever cut an acorn in part and looked at it? I mean, some of these mutated acorns now that have been gassed and pre-picked, you can't tell anything from. But get the real seed of an pure-born acorn, and what do you have when you cut it in half? Picture of a tree. I mean, that's somebody really blueprinted that one. They already said, this is what you're going to look like when you grow up. And that's just on a little acorn. Okay? Let's go to another phylum, an animated phylum. The silk moth. The silk moth reproduces and never mates. Reproduces without a mate. The lowly aphid reproduces without a mate. And as the ancient Egyptians tried to point out, the scarabus beetle reproduces without a mate and can shed its skin and goes along every 7 years quite well. It dies when it does mate. And if you remember, on the Ankh and the scarabus, you found in your Valley of the Kings, and you found again amongst the pyramid and on the Sphinx itself, that sacred symbol of the scarabus. They were trying to convey something. Most of us have forgotten or never knew what they were trying to convey. Dr. Edward Bischoff, MD, started this modern theory of epigenesis in 1854. I want you to jot down that date because people think this has been going along for a long time. It has not. That's close to the turn of the century. Dr. Edward Bischoff started the theory and the story of epigenesis in 1854. That is, that the zygote and the uterine development by union of sperm and egg was the way that humans get started. The first trimester after fetal conception. Before Bischoff's theory became accepted, and understand, it was presented on a paper as a theory, not an accepted fact. Later on, males and those who study under males have made it a fact that this is the way pregnancy starts. For centuries, people before that had believed in the theory of parthenogenesis. I repeat, parthenogenesis, and they even created under Grecian society, which had adopted and stole from the ancient Nubian society, the Parthenon. The idea for the Parthenon was not Greek. The idea that a temple toward bringing in gods was already being utilized on earth and parthenogenesis, or virgin birth, was acceptable and was the more immaculate, wonderful way. All of your ancient gods, so-called, or avatars or presentors, were said to have been of what? Virgin birth. Now we laugh at that. We lose so much in the vaginal uterine tract conceptory and bringing to term trimesters that there must be a better way. We have just forgotten that there was another way. In the year 1955, 4 prominent British doctors of medicine, and I like to use this amongst college students because when you say British doctors of medicine, then it makes it okay. Dr. Stanley Balfour Lynn, Dr. Bernard Camber, Dr. David Wine Williams, and Dr. A.E. Morant all studied some 10 classical cases of virgin births and agreed that all 10 of them were real, that in some way parthenogenesis, bringing to birth without the union of sperm and egg, had occurred in all 10 of those cases, barring nothing. The most famous or classical case of virgin birth was by Mrs. Emma Marie Jones, a German woman who during the height of the war, World War II, 1944, had been locked in her castle, a big estate, because it had been bombed, and everybody thought that everybody inside had been killed. And so for 17 months she stayed in there. She was not pregnant when she went in. When she came out, she was 9 months pregnant. There had been no men in there. There is another theory, the Avest theory. The Avest theory, pronounced Avest, again, was named after the Roman poet and writer, again, of love-making and metaphors and so, Publius Ovidius Naso. By the way, I use him because he was a black man. Don't misunderstand. You cannot go to a so-called race of people and state whether or not, if they came from a certain country, they were black or white. All Romans were not white. In fact, most Italians now are mixed bloods. This theory was proven by Imhotep. This theory was revitalized by Pythagoras, again about 2500 BC. It was scientifically demonstrated again by the American biologist, Professor Jacques Loeb, Stanford, in the 40s. And utilizing artificial parthenogenesis in biological labs, this doctor once again proved the old Avest theory was true, that the embryo develops from the egg alone and does not necessarily require spermatozoon, and that is the correct way. Here is the key. Hear it carefully. I usually speak pretty slowly when I'm giving lectures that are emphatic. Please hear what I'm saying and not what I didn't say. Varied forms of energy, in the forms of radiation from any source, and including radiation from both the sun and the moon or other heavenly bodies, can produce hormonal, chemical energies that will induce in the female zygote, when prime, development of a female cell that will initially divide itself and proliferate through terms. And any developing fetus therein will reach term, no matter what that term is. In other words, vibrations and radiation can start mitosis, the division of the egg cell. That's the only reason that the sperm can also do that. It is not the sperm penetrating the egg that does it, releasing its DNA, Y chromosomes. It is the vibration of that sperm, because as you realize and you've read, literally millions to billions of sperm cells die out and never make the grail. What they do is to simply die out because their mobility, their energy level, their vibrational rate is not strong enough to excite the ovum or the egg. The one that does make it, after that, everything is over. Look how many it takes to do one act. Consequently, it is understood that it is the vibrational rate, the amount of energy or radiation that causes that, and the sperm cell is only one possible conductor of such energy. When we start thinking and talking like that, we have to begin to say, well, if that is the case, what is the reason now while many women do not get pregnant until they have a man, if you're talking about something that is so preponderous and so wonderful, Dr. Blair? I state you have to begin to go back into one of the true histories of our planet, and this is where you begin to run into the problems.
I want to even go further to show you, sisters, that y'all sacred. You are goddesses. And that's the problem with the brother today, because they took that concept out of his consciousness. That's why the rap groups around there calling her the bees and stuff. Yeah. Huh? Yeah. Okay, now look. Isis holding the Ankh of life. We know what the Ankh of life now is, a symbol of her uterus, right? So here, again, I show you, showing where the Holy Child is coming from her womb. See the loop? That's why she's holding it, because she wants the first immaculate conception and the first holy birth is going to come from her. So she's holding the Ankh for life. Can you see it? Not too much glare there, right?
No,
that's why the Europeans, when Justinian and the boys Theodosius, they came in, they tried to chisel it out. Couldn't deal with the real immaculate conception, but they weren't talking about one immaculate conception. Our ancestors were telling us on these reliefs that every woman could produce an immaculate conception, provided that she was on the spiritual level. But notice they chiseled out the Ankh, the top part of it, because that represents the womb. But the other part, they kept there to represent the crucifix. You see? That symbol that they didn't take, or didn't chisel out, was a symbol of the cross. They didn't chisel that one out. So this is another picture of Constantine, Constantine's vision of the cross, which he is pointing to this symbol, Sec Vincius. In this symbol, we shall conquer. Through this symbol, we shall conquer. Supposedly, Constantine got the cross out on the battlefield. Another picture, but now that we know that Constantine came here, now we know where, in fact, Constantine got the cross from. Huh? Right off of your ancestor temples. Has nothing to do with, this is blowing here, has nothing to do with no crucifixion or human sacrifice. Europeans corrupted it. Now we have no understanding or meaning of what the cross means today. And chisel out the Ankh, which was a symbol for life. Talking about your African ancestral history. Now let's break it down. Okay. On this relief, brothers and sisters, you can see many concepts where they came in, as I said, like scavengers, and picked different pieces. On this particular relief, you can see where the Western world, through Judaism, took a piece of a concept of the creation story from. You can see where the Greek philosophers took a concept of Greek philosophy from, and you can also see where Christianity took a concept, European Christianity took a concept from. So let's break it down. Again, carved in stone on the temple of Aset, right here on the island of Philae. It is here. It tells where the Western world literally came like scavengers and took various scenes to make up the Western world. And one of those scenes is we see that Hermes Trismegistus in Greek mythology, they literally took it from Tahuti. It is here that our ancestors had us study from the 42 books of Tahuti, representing science, law, and intelligence, who was represented as the ibis bird that you saw. We saw those little white birds that we saw come over here. So our ancestors looked at nature. We didn't worship the bird, but it was an attribute of science, attribute of intelligence. Tahuti writing down the deeds of our life on earth as we lived here. This is where the Western philosophical thought, Greeks took their concept of Hermes Trismegistus from Tahuti, now called thought too. So we see Judaism took God Khnum fashioning man out of clay and called him Jehovah. But notice the God Khnum fashioning man on the potter's wheel out of clay. This is where Judaism took a portion of this to make up their Genesis story with the Sanhedrins around 250 BC. From this relief right here of God fashioning man and woman on the potter's wheel. And they took other concepts of Atum from Heliopolis creation story, or the city of On, to make up their Adam as a man, when actually it was Atum the son. And we see where European Christianity took from the goddess Isis and Horus and made up the European, again, let me express, the European version of Mary and Jesus. Copied directly from these reliefs right here. So you got Greek philosophy, where he took from Tahuti and called it Hermes Trismegistus. You got the Jehovah Genesis creation story and the Bible, where they took from Khnum fashioning man on the potter's wheel out of clay, and they turned it into making man out of clay, Adam out of clay. And you also got Christianity right here showing Isis lactating or breastfeeding the holy child Horus, who was born of immaculate conception and virgin birth. 3 concepts just from this one relief. You see? All carved in stone. As you can see the line, one dark, one light, showing where this temple was under the water. Nobody could come back and read this. And that's why over here, if you look against this wall right here, much of it, they tried to chisel it all out. But our ancestors wrote endlessly as though one day we would forget our story. One day we would not know who we are. One day that the only thing that we put on our genetic memory bank would be an alien, a conqueror's story. In our mind, our story would not be told. And that's why Justinian in the 6th century AD came in and closed these temples down, because they were copying Christianity, the theological concepts, from African people.
With a certain hesitation to lecture on black women in antiquity, because difficult as it has been to rescue the black as such from antiquity, in the light of all that has been done to suppress and obscure that history, it has become even more difficult to rescue the black woman from antiquity. In the same way in which we have found an attempt by the white to overwhelm the black and to put a shadow over the black, we have found in many cultures and civilizations of the world an attempt to put the woman under the shadow of man's ego. This has not been so in Africa as it has been in Europe and Asia. I'm not going to present to you some idyllic story of the African respect for the woman. It is rooted not in simple idyllic legends, it is rooted in a profound creation myth. We have been taught, and perhaps it was just a symbolic story or an allegorical fable, but we have been taught that man began in the Garden of Eden with Adam and Eve. Now that story, like the beginnings of man in the Bible, is not supposed to be taken literally, because man has no knowledge of how he began, except on this planet. Man has no knowledge about how the universe began. Within the last few years, we have come very close to understanding how the universe began. Bell Labs, some years ago, found the noise that is behind the universe, a noise that will never pass, because that represents, they say, the bang, the first big bang out of which this universe came, the tremendous explosion of the universe. But the more we look at the universe, the more we become aware of its extraordinary complexity and its extraordinary size. Last week, it was discovered, in fact, that we have only observed or have only intuited 1/10 of the mass in the universe. However, in spite of the mystery and the magic that still surrounds us, one thing we are very clear about now: we do know how man came on this planet, and we do know beyond the shadow of a doubt that that first man was African. And we do know now something further which is far more important, and that is that all creatures now living on the earth that are called Homo sapiens sapiens come from a black woman of about 120 to 140,000 years ago. Just a few years ago, this was not known. This is very, very recent. We have known for a long time that humankind, man and woman, was born in Africa. That does not mean a thing. An extraordinary study, which was only published about a year and a half ago. Oxford, of all places, Oxford, one of the most conservative universities in the world, one of the first universities in Europe, published a study from 11 doctors which claimed with scientific precision that there was now no doubt that the African provided the founding population of the modern world. In other words, the last man on earth, the final stage of man, the most evolved stage of man, carrying the brain case of modern man with the size and convolutions of the brain of modern man, was an African. And since then, studies have come out of Hawaii, studies have come out of California, which shows that a black woman mothered all people on the planet at this time. And they have been able to trace it through blood studies, DNA, analysis of DNA polymorphisms, and they could show you that the black woman carries everything no other woman does. She carries every element. There is a certain stage at which there's a break-off, and one of those elements is just resides in her. It doesn't reside in other people. It doesn't make them inferior, but it makes it quite clear that they are branches, mutations, extensions of that central woman. Hence the myth we have in the Bible, and we are not attacking the Bible, because you have to understand it was necessary for the early patriarchs who wrote the Bible. And the Bible is full of truth, historical truth. Do not dismiss it. But it was necessary for the early patriarchs who had no idea of what had happened, who had no idea about beginnings, and who assumed that their theories and assumptions came to them from God above. It was only natural for them to assume, since they were in charge and they were male, that God created the male first, and then he took a rib out of the complex male and made woman. Woman, in fact, is physiologically more complex than the male. Hence, women cannot come out of men. Eve cannot come out of Adam. Only Adam can come out of Eve. The Africans did not have that absurd theory of events. The Africans had created the myth of Isis and Osiris. Isis and Osiris, unlike Adam and Eve, gives you a vision of the completeness of the human through the equality of the male and the female. God is not a man. God is not a woman. God comprises both. And the strange story of Isis, the great black goddess searching for Osiris, the great black god, is that you find that Set, which became the prototype for Satan, that's African, by the way. All of these concepts are created, strangely enough. We find it after so many hundreds of years in Africa. Satan is Egyptian.
Why are you black? Are you black because you're cursed? What happened to you that you are black? The Bible says, in the beginning. It don't tell you when that beginning was, but it's letting you know there was a beginning. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. The earth was without form and void. Darkness was upon the face of the deep. So darkness preceded light. Now let's take a look into this darkness here. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said that the darkness that we see now is not real. When the night comes, you're in the dark. But it's not real darkness. How do you know? Because the minute the light comes, the darkness goes. Where did it go? It vanished. Why? Because it wasn't real in the beginning. The thing that is real is what produced the darkness. Now you go out there today, the sun is shining. I hope to let you out in time while the sun is still shining. You go out and stand and let the sun strike you. When the sun strikes you, if you are facing east, if you face the east, the sun striking your body will send a shadow toward the west. So when you look at the shadow, you see this dark thing following you. But that which is following you is not real. What is real is you. What is real is the sun. And as the sun strikes you and you block that sun, you produce what is called darkness or shadow. So the earth, when one side is in the light of the sun, the other side is in the shadow of the earth. And when you're in the shadow of the earth, you call that night. But the darkness is not real. It's produced by the motion of the earth in relationship to the sun. But what kind of darkness was that when there was no sun, there was no moon, there was no star? That's the darkness that is beyond the diameter of sunlight. At the wall of the universe, where light does not go beyond it, there is darkness. But that darkness is not a shadow. That darkness is real. So when they talk about a black hole, they're not talking about some unreal shadow. They're talking about real darkness. Real darkness contains a power. There's a power out there that is always bringing new objects into view. Stars are dying, stars are being born, and that power that is out there is bringing new objects out of darkness that is real into light. The darkness of the womb, that's not a shadow, baby. That's real darkness. The Holy Quran calls it triple darkness. It's layers of darkness, but in that darkness is the power to create life. In that darkness, there's the germ of light. The power of darkness is that it can create you after itself. I'm going to say it again. So it is with the real darkness that was in existence before there was light. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said to us that an atom sparkled in the darkness, and God began to create himself. He said, out of the material of the darkness. So what he's telling us is that matter was there, but the matter was doing nothing. It had no form. It had no aim. It had no purpose until an atom sparkled in the darkness. Look at you. He said you are created in his image and after his likeness. How did you start? From a tiny life germ that with the naked eye, the one that impregnated the egg, you can't see it with your eye. That's how infinitesimally small that sperm was. That's how infinitesimally small the egg was. But that sperm with a little tail and a head had some intelligence in it, because it knew where it wanted to go and it knew what it wanted to do. In the dark, that sperm found the egg, and the first cell of life began in darkness. But the cell had a light of itself, electricity inside the cell, a neutron, a proton, and an electron. The cell of life was like an atom. Listen. The light of itself caused it to start rotating around the light of itself, and it began breaking down and building up. We don't know how long it took for brains to form in the darkness. But the first thing that forms when a baby is conceived in the womb is not the tail. The first thing that forms is what? And it is the head that calls the arms into existence. the feet into existence, the organs into existence, come from the head. Well, when you didn't even have thought, before you could think, there was an intelligence working in you that is the light of God, the power of God, even before the growth of intelligence. In the darkness, we were being fashioned out of a tiny life germ, sperm mixed with ovum. And we were called into existence by what was in that tiny sperm, the head of it. And at the end of 9 months, we came forth knowing nothing, but with a capacity to learn everything. So when the Holy Quran in Surah 112 says, he neither begets nor is he begotten. The first God was the originator of himself. He was not begotten. And the one that comes in the end does not beget. He don't need a son from his loins. He produces a nation from the wisdom of his mouth. Beloved, he fashioned himself out of darkness. So we learn how environment can influence heredity. Who is the original man? Are you black because you got cursed? Or are you black because you took your color out of the darkness, out of which the first life came? Since we agree that environment influences heredity, if the real darkness before there was sunlight had matter in it that was real, how then could the God make himself up in darkness and come out white? Talk to me. If he made himself up out of darkness and the darkness covered him, then the God who originated the heavens and the earth is a black God. Now, you don't like that because you've been taught to worship white folk. But now we're going to get a lesson today that I want you to think about. And all of you that have knowledge, all of you that been to college, all of you that have studied, let's study together today. Who is the original man? What is the meaning of original? Let me see what my little definition here says. I gotta call Mr. Webster. Webby, what do you say original means, Mr. Webster? Belonging or pertaining to, the origin or beginning of something, arising or proceeding independently of anything else. Since God is self-created, He arises independent of anything else. And that's why Al-Fatiha says. That's why Al-Fatiha says, Allah is He of whom nothing is independent, but upon whom we all depend. So the first God that originated Himself causes us to be dependent on Him. That's why He's called Jehovah. He's the self-existent God. And He's the God by whom all things exist or subsist. So without the original man, we would not be here. So there was some begetting done after He created Himself. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said the first thing he did was study himself. And in himself, he saw another being, another creature. In himself, he saw somebody else. And he brought her into existence from himself. The first act of creation of God is not the sun, not the moon, not the stars. His first act of creation was her. Woman, the second self of God. You're a powerful creature, sister.
she becomes the sister, the wife, the mother. She is all that is female in the female principle of the universe, and he is all that is the male principle of the universe, which completes the universe in order to create life. So that you have a vision of creation complete through the woman that you do not find in the early, absurd, imaginative version that you find in the Adam and Eve myth. That Adam and Eve myth, interpreted as it was later on in history, led to profound conceptions of the woman as inferior, and sometimes in some civilizations as essentially evil. So she's supposed to be the great seductress, the weaker kind, etc. This was not the case in the African mythology. So that you already had a divine myth which gave a basis. It was a sort of bedrock for a reality that could give the woman greater freedom and power.
What I want to do is give you some text. You need to get the Enuma Elish. That's the Babylonian creation, epic creation. It was a pre-dynastic Egyptian creation, but the successors to the Typhonian or pre-dynastic people destroyed these particular texts because it was dealing with because the goddess that it was dealing with, they was rebelling against this feminine principle. So it survived in Babylon, or Babylon, Samaria, what have you. And it's called a Enuma Elish, the creation epic. In there, it talks about when they overthrew this great mother, Tiamat. When they overthrew this great mother, Tiamat, they and her husband Kingu, they made her into the ocean. And they took Kingu's blood and made humans out of it. You see, and so here is the same concept here of this dark matter being fused into humanity, which is the melanin. Now another one here is the Phoenician epic, which is later on the Greek epic. So when you see Greek, that's not but the Phoenicians. So the Phoenician epic talks about the Titans, which were these great cosmic beings that was overthrown by Zeus. And overthrown by Zeus, that's also Ra in Kemet. And overthrown by Zeus, and they was burned up into this cosmic ash. And they took this ash, and they made humans out of the Titans, the burn up Titans. That ash and stuff is the origin of melanin. So I just explained that particular aspect in the mythological aspect, which is high science. Now, in a physiological, biological aspect, basically what it is you just got the infusion of the first humans hitting this planet came here, and they were infused into them was this cosmic substance. And let me give you an example on the human level on how that particular thing happened. And it simply is this. We used to live in what is called a pre-physical world. The pre-physical world, that meant that the physical world looked like a shadow, and the spiritual world was visible. And as the vibratory rate slowed down with the vibrations, we became more and more condensed into the physical world. And the spiritual world became looking like a shadow, just like the physical world used to look like a shadow. So we became condensed into the physical world, and we became encased into the physical world. So but those particular deities, because all we are nothing but gods in the physical, those particular deities had what is called a Ka and the Ba, but the Ba is the shadow, cosmic substance, the black, the shadow. So anytime you hear the word shadow, that's melanin. And that Ba and that Ka was fused into the human body. So the Ba became your soul, and the melanin became, and the Ka became the melanin that's cast off from the soul. You say, well, how does that? The soul is a particle of light. It's nothing but a star. Every man, every woman is a star. If you take a match and strike crack it and put it up against a black wall, a white wall, what will you get on that white wall? Soot, smut, soot, carbon, melanin. So the soul is actually, that is now encased in a physical body, it actually produces the melanin, which is called the shadow, which is the cosmic intelligence. Some powerful shit.
Spirituality is a way of accepting the fact that there is a spiritual force in the universe larger than all of mankind. But someone had to come along and invent a word called God. Then someone had to say of another God and say, mine is better than yours. And someone had to create faith. Someone said, I have the true faith. Religion is the organization of spirituality into something that became the handmaiden of conquerors. Nearly all religions were brought to people and imposed on people by conquerors and used as the framework to control their minds. My main point here is that if you are the child of God and God is a part of you, then in your imagination, God's supposed to look like you. And when you accept a picture of the deity assigned to you by another people, you become the spiritual prisoners of that other people.
Now, Isis, the great goddess, affected, as I say, Europe as deeply as she affected Africa. All major European powers built shrines to the black goddess Isis. Even the Roman lunatic Caligula built a shrine to Isis. Out in the British Isles we find shrines to Isis. That was the beginning of the Black Madonna. You go to Nuria in Spain, not just black with Africoid features. Some of them later on became black-skinned but with European features, because as some of them became destroyed or lost or broken, they would build them again and retain the blackness of ancient times, but they would give them European-type features. Sometimes the child would be African, but the woman would have a European face but a black skin. And then later when this was found, and of course the movement against the African, or the reduction of the African, became something that became significant in the life of Europe, then they would try to explain it away. The reason why it looks black is because it's been gathering dust over the ages. Soot. The reason why it looks black, it fell into fire. The reason why it looks black, they used the wrong clay. Anything to explain it away. But when you go to the roots of the religion, when Jesus died, he was not considered important except by his followers. The Europeans did not have any respect for Jesus the Christ. There was no Christianity in Europe. The only people who had Christianity were the Africans. The word Christ is an African word, K-R-S-T. When the Greeks later on took that up, and the Romans they call Christus, it is first appears in African Christ. The concept of the Christ, the eighth form, the seven stages or forms of man, which then becomes the supreme divine form, the Christ. Hence you have Christianity before Christ. The idea, the concepts, even the words, even the images, the virgin birth. The three kings, those are Egyptian ideas. Those were the three great stars in the firmament, the three kings. It then became the three powers on earth that came to worship the divine form. It's all there. It's on the temples of Luxor before the birth of Jesus. And then when Jesus came, making myth real as only gods can do. When Jesus came and he died, the sword that was pushed into him was a European sword. The Romans cut him to pieces because the Jewish high priest wanted it. Because Jesus challenged, as all rebels do, as all men of truth do, challenged the order of the day. And he had to be sacrificed for that. It was Isis and her little child Horus suckling at her breast that was worshipped throughout the world as Mary and her child Jesus. And when we first see Jesus on a coin in the 2nd century AD, there is a Roman face, European, and on the other side is a man with dark skin, woolly hair, and a Semitic nose, an Afro-Semitic type, who is represented for the first time physically, Jesus the Christ. And all this has been pushed aside. But it's there. As you go back, you find these figures, you find the profound impact of the black woman on the world.
To turn to a story about a God who comes forth to rescue them. Now they would draw from African folklore the story of the child in the manger. Now what am I saying? Later, in retrospect, he was referred to as Jesus Christ. Now, you can argue about the coloration of Christ if you want to, but I can sell that very quick and we can go on to the next subject. Was he a Roman? The answer is no. Was he a Greek? The answer is still no. These were the only European types in that part of the world at the time. If he was neither Roman or Greek, he was one of those other people. And all of those other people were non-European and non-white. And he came from the other people.
During that time of Roman dominance, Africans hold high military and administrative posts in the empire.
The Romans and the Greeks had no color prejudice comparable to the kind of prejudice we would know later on. Otherwise, why would 3 Africans become emperors of Rome? Why would there be 3 African popes? Finally, Constantine decided to make Christianity the religion of the whole of the Roman Empire. Now we're coming to the critical period when the Roman domination of the church so corrupted the church, the Africans began some disenchantment with the Roman interpretation of Christianity. Constantine calls a council of bishops and priests at a place called Nice. It's the Nicene Conference. It is at this conference that the European created a European concept of Christianity. It was at this conference that they began to take the African saints out of the literature of Christianity. Now the corruption had started. The physical concept of Jesus Christ did not exist. Now, how did it come into existence? Because the Pope commissioned it to come into existence. Michelangelo painted the picture using one of his relatives as model. And that picture, one of the finest pieces of propaganda ever projected in history, has changed the minds of millions of people as who's supposed to represent God, whoever he or she is. And I have no problem with the she.
It is not an accident, therefore, that many of the goddesses of the Europeans were black. They could have chosen their own women, they chose some of their own women, but the most important goddesses were black. Not just for the African now, in the civilization of the Greek. The Greek was so profoundly affected by the Africans that the goddess of chastity was a black woman, Artemis. The goddess of wisdom was a black woman, Minerva. The goddess of beauty was a black woman, Diana. And many of their great mythological figures which were critical to the vision of history, the history of the Greeks in the Odyssey, the woman who draws, who has the power to draw Odysseus and all his crew into her, is Circe, who is represented as a black woman with African features on the Greek vases. The woman who helps Jason win the Golden Fleece is a black woman, Medea. The woman who marries Perseus, the Greek hero, is a black woman, Andromeda. If you see them represented in Hollywood, they're all white. But if you go back to the original vases, the original art of the Greeks, you will find that the only women they could find to represent the finest attributes in the feminine world were black women. Actual black women. They were literally living black women in Ethiopia who were made into legendary goddesses in Greece. That first invasion of Africa by Europe was not an invasion like the invasions that occurred later. The European was startled by the advances of the African. So startled that Alexander decided to build his capital in Africa rather than go back into Europe. And every major Greek thinker, Thales of Miletus, Democritus, Pythagoras, Eudoxus, Anaximander, Anaximenes, Heraclitus, they all came down. Plato, all of them came into Egypt. And those who did not come claimed they came because it was so prestigious. And they therefore saw women differently. In this new edition of Black Women in Antiquity, there is a remarkable woman called Hypatia. For a long time we thought she was a Greek woman, until Beatrice Lumpkin, doing studies in the rights of women in ancient Greece, found that black women had power and freedoms that the white woman was not allowed. The Greek woman could not head a department in a university, but she could in Egypt. She could not pursue a scientific pursuit without a companion or someone in charge of her. It was possible in Egypt, so that when she studied Hypatia and the freedoms Hypatia had and the kind of work she was doing, it was easy to come to the conclusion no Greek woman at the time was allowed those opportunities. And in that Alexandrian world where you have a mix later of the Greek and the African, you find the African woman has certain advantages that the Greek woman does not have and was not to have for a long time to come.
History is when a people begins to write. That starts their history. That means there is no history for Greece until Homer wrote the Iliad and the There is no other written record in Europe until Homer wrote the Iliad and the Odyssey.
Which was when?
833 before the Common Era. And Homer said in the Odyssey, quote, the gods Zeus and Apollo came from Ethiopia, unquote. Zeus and Apollo is known as Greece's first two gods. And Homer himself, the first Greek writer, said they came from Ethiopia. The Egyptian writer Hunefer, Hunefer, in the papyrus of Hunefer said, quote, we came from the beginning of the Nile, where God happy dwells at the foothills of the mountain of the moon, unquote. Secondly, when the Africans wrote and created writing, there was no God Jehovah yet, no Adam and Eve yet. The first Hebrew, Abraham, was not born. Abraham is not born until at best 1346 before the Common Era in the city of Ur in Chaldea. Chaldea is about where modern day Iraq, just south of it, is where the Tigris and Euphrates meet. Now, when Abraham was born is equivalent to the 13th dynasty, just around the time when a people called the Shepherd Kings, or Hyksos, invaded the northern part of this land, around the delta. And they did not come any further south than a place called Avris, and they're still in the delta. For instance, Hyksos have never been this far. They have never been as far as Cairo, and Cairo is an old city. The oldest it could go back in Fustat, and it was made by the conquerors during the time of Muhammad Ali. And Muhammad Ali wasn't even an Arab. He was an Albanian who took on the name Muhammad Ali. Now, when he converted to Islam to get the throne. If we go back further, not a single Hebrew was in this land until then, unless he was astray. There was no a single nation. There was nobody named Abraham. Abraham's mother and father did not follow what we call Judaism today. Terah, his father, worshipped an African woman. An African woman you will see right across here, called Hathor. H-A-T-H-A-O, that's the Western spelling. The correct name is Het Heru, H-E-T-H-E-R-O. You will see her and the funerary temple of Queen Makari Hatshepsut. She is sewn as a cow. And when she is sewn as a woman, it's an African woman with cow's ears. The best place you will see her is at a temple dedicated solely to her at a place called Dendera. Then you will see thousands of faces of her, especially in the Hypostyle Hall. The Hebrews in the first book, the book called Genesis, which means first, they showed that Abraham worshipped the golden calf. India calling the sacred cow. But the golden calf is nothing else but goddess Hathor. Now, that's the 13th dynasty. If we go back to find out all that was done by the time of the 13th dynasty here, before the first Asian, there is no European history then. The Etruscans, the first of European, along with the people of Pyrrhus, which later became the Romans and the Greeks, are not in history then. That don't say they don't exist, but there are no records of them. There's no record of an Adam or an Eve. Then no God, no Jehovah, no Jesus, no Allah. Then.
But the Africans were already.
Oh, but African got Ptah. I go in at random. I could keep knock them off. Let me go. Since African God had goddesses, I mean, they weren't eunuchs or anything like that. So the Africans had Ptah, right? They had Nut. They had Osiris. They had Isis. And by the way, I could use the proper name. When I say Osiris, they had Asaru. When I say Isis, they had Aset. They had his son, the Trinity. They had Asaru's son, Heru or Horus, born of an immaculate concepted mother. He himself born of a virgin birth, which you can see the story at the temple of Seti I at a place called Abydos. And Seti I was a king, 19th dynasty king. The Africans equally had numerous other goddesses and gods.
Souffert moi-même.
The domination that we suffer from, that I have suffered from myself.
Notre propre domination des autres races l'a précédé.
Our domination of other races preceded it.
Donc, l'Afrique a exercé un impérialisme continu pendant 4000 ans.
For 4,000 years, Black Africa had an imperialism.
Toute l'Asie occidentale était conquise et était justement sous la domination noire.
All of Western Asia was under the domination of blacks.
On n'aurait pu jamais penser à cette époque-là que la situation pourrait un jour être renversée.
And at that time, no one would ever have dreamt that the situation could be reversed.
C'est pour ça que l'étude de l'histoire nous redonne la sérénité pour apprécier les faits et les relativiser.
This is why the study of history gives us the serenity required to appreciate the facts as they are.
Find out the purpose, we need to go and access several mythologies and give a synopsis on what happened to us. What happened to us. And a lot of times we get back, especially the Africans or the black people, we have to reiterate that because we're talking internationally. We get into it because we want to find out how we can't fell to such a low point. But what we don't realize is we fell to a low point when we first came in to humanity. When we first became locked into the human stage. And that's where we need to go, and then we can think. So we'll go into a bit of the synopsis on this so we can answer later on what we're supposed to be doing. So basically, let me take you through a few things. Prior to this particular universe, what we would call the known existence of the Milky Way galaxy or what have you, because we it's relevant to the Earth. We inhabited several primal worlds.
Okay.
And those primal worlds, well, they came in 1998 and they said, well, this particular universe is something like 14 billion years. So the primal worlds that we inhabited before this particular creation, which is about 14 billion years, we just give a number just for a synopsis. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You never really know, but let's get to kind of round this thing off. Prior to this particular creation, which is about 14 billion years, we inhabited several primal worlds that existed about 14 billion years prior to it falling or demise. You see what I'm saying? So we existed in these particular primal worlds. And those particular primal worlds were these high superior deities. And these high superior deities, in so many words, got old and started falling asleep or losing power. Their children rose up, which would be the gods that exist today, the ones we worship. Their children, those primal deities or entities, children rose up and thrust their parents into a physical existence, and they became humans. So we are the parents of the gods that we worship today.
Wow.
You see?
Right.
And became humans. And so in our human existence, what we were supposed to do was to go to an incubation stage of the mummy that you see Osiris wrapped in the mummy.
Right.
Which was a cocoon. And it was a cooking vessel to cook the soul into perfection and sift out the flaws that made us fall in the first place. You see, there was a flaw in us that made us fall in the first place. And for so many years, millions of years, we had to sift out the certain flaws to perfection.
Right.
Thus leads us to the present situation of the perfected stone, the philosopher's stone, or the great works, or the golden fleece, the holy grail, the Excalibur, all these different systems that tell you about this perfection. The Christos, the Christ form, which is the perfected soul, perfected stone. So what happened was, we took on a physical existence. Now, when we first took on this physical existence, we could maneuver just as gods. And that's where you get your Lemurian and your Atlantean periods. Okay. So we were into what is called a semi-physical world. So in those particular days, the physical world was like a faint shadow, and the spiritual world was clear. As the vibratory rate fell and we became more encased into the physical, the spiritual world became a faint shadow and the physical world became visible. And we sunk lower and lower into humanism, into a particular aspect. We used to have multiple gifts: clairvoyance, clairaudio. We could fly. We could do just about everything you see a superhero can do.
Right.
And it was maybe hundreds of different gifts that was reduced down to the 7 or the 5 senses that we ended up with, the 5 senses. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And that primal world was covered over, that God form was covered over with something called the elder seal or the elder sign, and was covered over with now what you call the physical brain. The physical brain is the enemy, and humanity is the enemy. And up under the physical brain is the primal world, which is the pineal gland. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Which is the pineal gland. And so we're talking about an incubation period, which the inner worlds, which is the pineal gland, the kundalini energies, the chakras, there's 160 chakras. You see what I'm saying?
Body, right? Yes.
Yes, and when you look up into space, when you can see these chakras and you can see these particular souls, when you look up in space, those are the souls that's down here inside of the human body, covered up, and we are dreaming outwardly. So we have a series of dreams that we call the illusionary phenomenon that we call reality. It's nothing but a trick from the brain. Right. You see what I'm saying? To give us a series of illusions that don't even exist while the soul slept. And as the soul slept, these series of dreams became known as the ego. And the ego, the self that you identify with now, that what you call yourself a human.
Right.
And as that, and it supposedly thinks that it is real, but it is not. It is only a construct or a projection of one's dreams coming from the soul. All right, but the 8 primordial gods on earth, they later on became the 8 chakras. You got 7 major chakras. They got one called the 8th chakra, or the height. You see what I'm saying? As far as major chakras, your 8 primordial deities, which used to be, you know, you could even go with the later mythology of Isis, Osiris, Horus, Set, the Nut, Geb, so on. Those primordial deities, they exist within us as the chakras, and naturally the Horus, which would be the final implementation, would be the pineal gland, the Horus or the Mayat, because there's a dual figure. It's an androgynous figure called Hor, Ma, which is Mayat, Ku. Horus and Mayat are Heru, Ma, Ku. Heru and Mayat in a pyramid. Ku means pyramid. So Mayat would also be a form of the pineal gland, the finishing form of that. So the Mayat, most people think that it's physical principles, and yes, they used to have the same principles to govern society, but Mayat means a perfection. In the spirit world, it means the perfecting the last result. It's called the tikkun in Kabbalah, the perfecting principle. You see what I'm saying? So, Heru Har-Ma-Ku, Har-Ma-Ku. So the primordial deities later on became encased in the human body as the chakra systems. Now,
here I'm taking groups back to the Nubian Museum to witness what? They're not going to show you this on National Geographic. They're not going to show you this on the Discovery Channel, even though National Geographic said every time we kick over a rock in Africa, we have to rewrite the textbooks. Well, they need to rewrite the textbooks on this. It's right there in the Nubian or Ta-Nehisian Museum. And what? Here, validating what? Wadi Halfa, going back 65,000 to 55,000 years ago. Let's go to Kolobolo and Ta-Nehisi. There we equally can see stones that our ancestors carved right there. I got to lay a foundation of these early systems, brothers and sisters, to show at one time this was not always a desert. You see elephants and giraffes as well as the Sutan king. But the Sutan holding the Sikkim. Here again, Tasseti was a pre-dynastic king of Terra Neta holding the Sikkim. Again, it represents his divine authority, but this goes back to Tasseti over 26,000 years ago, even though this glyph may be about 5,000 years ago. Again, we see they're the ones that gave us the first stellar calendar. So astrology and ancient cosmological science and astronomy goes back to African people's genius thousands of years ago. Our ancestors, from their empirical observation of the universe, we mapped out the stars. We were not just standing around. Europeans, when are you going to come and teach us about astronomy? Asians, when are you going to come teach us about astrology? This was already known by African people thousands of years ago. Our ancestors called it the early African cosmic clock, where Netta stayed in each constellation for 2,155 years, making up what is known as the great year of 26,000 years. That means we had to observe it at least twice, brothers and sisters, over 50,000 years ago. Somebody knows something about an African ancestral genius
thousands of years ago that they don't want you to know about yourself. They're still trying to write out Africa. For instance, Wallace Budge, the wisdom of the Egyptians, or Kemetic Africans, astronomy. Until the Egyptians came under the influence of Asiatics, nations, and the Greeks, their notion of astronomy were very limited, and their stargazers were unable to define the length of the year correctly. Here our ancestors had the 3 seasons in 4 months apiece, like Akat, Pert, and Shamu. They gave us the earliest calendar. This is long before the Greeks. Let's go to Herodotus, that Robert Ball even talks about. 485 to 425 BC. It is in Heliopolis that the most learned of the Egyptians or Kemetic Africans are to be found. All agree in saying that Egyptians, by their study of astronomy, discovered the solar year and were the first to divide it into 12 parts. And in my opinion, their method of calculation is better than the Greeks. The name of nearly all the gods came to Greece from Kemet. So this is Herodotus, a Greek, saying that they got this astronomy from the Kemetic Africans. Black Spark, White Fire, Dion Chrysonomos points out in 30 AD, also point out the Egyptian priests mocked the Greeks because on many things they have never known the truth. What seems to be clear is that the Egyptian priests were regarded by the Greeks as the keepers of great astronomical wisdom. In the days of the 4th dynasty, the primitive Greeks would have appeared as barbarians and other Europeans as no more than cavemen by the sophisticated and technologically advanced Egyptians who built the pyramids. So here, that's why brothers still want to be a Greek, brand themselves, because we think that's the beginning. Now recently, this European named Robert Bauval recently wrote his book. He gave a lot of credit to Dr. Sheikh Anta Diop, peace be upon him. But although he didn't acknowledge some of the other warrior scholars like Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark, he's giving a black genesis, a prehistoric origin of ancient Egypt. But brothers and sisters, let's understand that although he speaks of Nepta, the southwestern part of Egypt, he says this is the origin of black Egypt. That's the front room of the house. That's not the whole house, brothers and sisters. So even though Robert Bauval and some of us are talking about Robert Bauval's Nepta, but the point is it goes much further back than that. He's talking about these astronomical stones right here in south part of Egypt, were ceremonial stones where our ancestors connected to celestial and terrestrial events. From that spiritual connection, our ancestors knew this from the dawn of time. Let's go back to Ethiopia. We're deep in the house now. We're not in the front room. This is the mother of Egypt. We were just there and here in the area called Tia. Here you see ceremonial stones, brothers and sisters, Ethiopian heritage site. Right here, this is our Kemet Nu tour. Hotep, brothers and sisters, again, we've come back to the dawn of time, dealt with the historical sites of Ethiopia, of Lalibela and Gondar and Axum, and all the historical sites. Now we're down in the southern part, and we just saw the anthropological digs from the dawn of time. This is an extremely important site. What you see right here is Tia. This is an Ethiopian heritage site. It's extremely important because it's a prehistory, as they call it, a prehistory time period of stelas, stones that you're going to see in a few minutes. But UNESCO preserved this as a World Heritage Site. So now they blocked that area off because of these stones here. It goes back to an astronomical time period when our ancestors were connecting terrestrial and celestial events, meaning that the agriculture goes back to the Nile Valley. It's been documented over 18,000 years. These stellar stones could have been around the ceremonies, documenting where stars were at various periods of time, knowing where to plant the seed, as well as other spiritual ideas. But this is where it all starts from. Now, there's a man by the name of Robert Bauval who just wrote a book called The Black Genesis. How many of you are familiar with that? Okay, Black Genesis, and he dealt with the southwestern part of Egypt of an area called Nepta. Now, here he's talking about these stellar stones there around ceremonial astronomical events. But that, as I said before, Egypt did not start with Egypt. Where did the culture come from? It came from Inner Africa. But Europeans still tell us these things, or tell us that, okay, now Robert Bauval has come to the point to say, yeah, it did begin in Egypt. There was a black genesis here. These early stones started here. But that's not the beginning. That's still not the beginning. We saw from the presentation the culture came from Inner Africa. Now, one of the things that Robert Bauval used was, one of the stones was Het Heru. And here he showed that here was the early beginning of the Netert period, or the goddess, the matrilineal system coming from the spirit of the woman. But you're going to see that same stone right over here, and here we are way down in Ethiopia. But nobody's talking about way down here. So now they see the proof. Yes, we see things in Egypt, but it came from Inner Africa. It did not come from Mesopotamia. It did not come out of a desert in Arabia. It did not come from Europe. It came from Inner Africa. So let's go look at some of these stones from a prehistoric time, when our ancestors were laying out calculations, where the science ended up in Kemet, on the tombs, on the monuments, where you see Nut stretched out, associated with the heavens. The universe was a goddess called Nut, where Nut gave birth to the S-U-N sun, just like our mothers gave birth to the S-O-N sun. And that's documented on the stones that we're going to see here to show that it goes much further back than Neptupleia. It comes right back. Let's go see, long before Neptupleia, way down in Africa. Let's take a look at these stones over here, brothers and sisters. This is not Neptupleia. This is not Egypt, or Kemet as our ancestors called it. This is deep into Africa. Way down here, here you see Tia. These stones here, they may not look like much to you, but this is from a prehistoric time period when our ancestors put these stones here, calculating astronomical events even long before Neptupleia. In the early part of the presentation, I showed you the cultural highway and connections of how our ancestors carried the culture down the Nile, down Abai, the Atbar, the Happy Nile, and brought that culture right on into Egypt. You see it on the monuments and temples. Now, the culture is still here in Ethiopia, but it's only on the temples in Kemet. And it's only until we're able to identify the culture and the symbols can we identify it. So again, we're going to prove and show that the temples that you see in Kemet, and you see the whole idea of Nut and Hathor giving birth to the sun, that started way down here, and they carried that spiritual science and culture where it ended up on the monuments and temples in Egypt. Some of these stones have not been able to be interpreted, but this one I can clearly interpret. Okay? Everybody can get around this stone right here. I'm going to stand here. Let's make a circle like this. Now, in Robert Bauval's book, Black Genesis, or Black Beginning, and Genesis means a Greek word that means a beginning, our ancestors' beginning was called Tepi, okay, the first time of creation. But here you see, I want you to see the breast, right here. Look at the arms. That's the sun. This is Nut right here. When we look at the sketches of Kemet, we see the same thing. When you look at the temples of Egypt, you see the same exact thing. That came way down here from the interior of Africa. So when Robert Bauval said Neptupleia, we're down here in Tia. And he's talking about Hathor. Look at Het Heru, or Nut, right here. This is the earliest goddess matrilineal line, where African people were giving homage to the principle of the goddess. That was carried down the Nile, and it reached its zenith right there in the Giza Plateau. So when you look at Ra Horm Akhet, and you look at those 12 stones in front of Ra Horm Akhet, here we see that zodiacal form of Ra Horm Akhet that the Greeks call the Sphinx, the largest colossal on the planet Earth. Here, that stone building of the sun going through the constellation, that all began here, and it ended up in Kemet and building the Giza Plateau based off of the sun going through the zodiac, and Ra Horm Akhet epitomized the constellation of Leo the lion. That tells us our ancestors were heavily into stellar and solar science, long before the Europeans were even here. Those of you who went to the Giza Plateau with me, and I showed you the front of the Giza Plateau with Ra Horm Akhet, and the 12 stones showing where Ra, the sun, is going through those constellations, symbolizing those early stones. But where did it first start? The dawn of time, right here. And you look at those sketches of Kemet and see those sketches, and they're identical to these stones right here. And we're not in Kemet, and we're not taking away anything from Kemet, but Kemet is the daughter. Here we're dealing with the mother, okay? Kush, and prehistoric Kush. And where is the grandmother and grandfather? Can anyone tell me? The Congo, the Aitoy Forest, the Lotois. Right, the Twa. That's the grandmother and grandfather that all started from here. You're at one of the most spectacular funerary temples of Makari Hatshepsut, built for her, called Zetzret, Zetzru, meaning the select and most beautiful places. And as you look at it, it is definitely a beautiful place, carved out of this solid mountainside here. Do we grasp the time period? Over 3,000 years ago. Here it tells of her birthing colonnade that we will witness on the temple, and many other stories about her. A woman who ruled the throne because there was no man who could take the throne from the matrilineal line. Menkaperat Tahuti Mase was a young boy and could not take the throne. She was the rightful one to take the throne because she was from the matrilineal line, and she was from the line of the second Enrei Tiles, who were the ones who waged war for liberation of African people during the time of the Hyksos invasion. So she was the only one that could take the throne at the time, and she had to take the throne to make sure that Egypt would stay on the royal line until Menkaperat Tahuti Mase was able to grow up and take the throne. This temple is unique within itself. To the left, you would see the temple of Mentuhotep. It's in lapidated conditions, but originally it had a pyramid on top, showing the transition from the 11th dynastic period was building the pyramids on top of the temple structure. She loved his temple a lot, and she modeled his temple off of his, Mentuhotep, that you see off to the left that no longer has the pyramidal structure. Unique within itself in its architectural structure, but even looking at the architectural structure of this, it tells you who were the grand masters of architecture. As you come to see one temple after another temple, unique in its architectural structure within itself. From the temples you saw at Ipet Asut and Ipet Reset, or Karnak and Luxor, and the temple of Abydos and the temple of Dandara, each having its own unique architectural style, and she equally having her architectural style, is built off of the stairs that you see going all the way up. Again, we were talking about the matrilineal and patriarchal system. When the barbarians came down from the north, brothers and sisters, they were coming with a patriarchal story. Not only a patriarchal story, a patriarchal system where everything was not only centered around the man, but it was also centered around God as a male deity. Whereas in Africa, with the matrilineal system, it was both male and female deity, a balance of God and goddess. And one of the things in the corruptions of our story is based off of the fact that when you see Het-Heru, or Hathor, right here, with the sun disk above her head right here, that represented Hathor, who you saw earlier when we were in Dandara, and I showed you the birthing chamber of Heru. But here, that represented the matrilineal system. Why would they use a cow? The cow representing the great mother, also feeding from the great mother earth. And there's a story about Het-Heru, that she was sick and tired of man's evil deeds, or Ra was sick and tired of man's evil deeds, sent Hathor out to flood them out from her menstrual cycle. So she went out around the land, flooding out man, and then the story goes that there were a group of men who petitioned the Ra that they would be good on earth and said, please let Hathor save us. Then what Ra said, cover yourself with red dyes so when Hathor comes to flood you out by her menstrual cycle, she'll think she got that area. They in turn did that, and she missed those men, and the world was able to be populated again. Now, what we see in that story is a flood story. We also see that it was man who did evil in the matrilineal system, and here we see that the Hebrews changed it around, and now we see that the Adam and Eve story, and because Eve ate from the tree of good and evil, then she is the one who's responsible for and other women who after her are responsible for all the evil of the world. That means that everything happens on the planet is due to this one woman, and every woman is to be reminded because her cycle is to remind her of the first sin. So that cycle was changed from originally Het-Heru flooding out man who did evil deeds from her cycle to switched it over where her cycle was to represent a reminder that she was evil. So you see how the matrilineal and patriarchal system worked? So again,
the golden calf was a symbol of the matrilineal system, twisted in the biblical terms of the golden calf represented something negative or evil, when in fact it represented the matrilineal system of Africa. It represented the goddess principle that was being erased. And the only thing we know about it is the golden calf, the symbols of idols and so forth. And you go into the Catholic Church and you see all kind of white idols that you have to pray down and worship all over the place, and a corruption of the spiritual story. That's why we've got to understand how this has been transformed over for many, many millenniums, and the only thing we know is somebody else's version, which is a corruption from the original version. Not only a corruption, but in many cases an outright plagiarization incorporated into their educational system, as well as philosophical, theological, seminary schools and so forth, as being a part of the Western world system. But now we come again is to be in a mental court of law. We're in court here. We're not asking you, above all, to believe. We don't want you to believe nothing. We're trying to bring forth the facts here. And we'll show you some more evidence, and then at the end, then you put your own verdict in. Set, brothers and sisters, and behind you, if you could look very closely, you can see how a set was chiseled out. I said to you yesterday, she was chiseled out, but notice that the sun was not chiseled out. Why is it that the sun is not chiseled out? Because we still go to church on Sunday, because we can still go to church on Sunday and have sunrise service, so they're here, they're still deifying the sun. But you're truly the children of the sun, because Ra has kissed you from the dawn of time. But that area, you see a set thrown on top of the sun, symbolizing that is a set. So when Theodosius and Justinian came here in the 4th and 6th century AD, they are the ones who closed this temple down. Not only did they close it down, but they also started to plagiarize many ideas from this temple where it ended up in the Western world. For instance, you see the Ark of Aset that you see right behind me. It's from here where the Ark was taken out from the Holies of the Holies, and the priests, the Kari head priests at this time, were called the Pastori. That's where the Western world got the term pastor from. Because during this time of the Ptolemies, these were the Pastori priests who carried the ark over to that island called Bigger Island. As I showed you right here, the same idea, where the carrying of the ark of the Black Madonna in France, as I said before, this temple, as I repeated again, was named after this temple right here. Père Aset later became Paris, France, and the Notre Dame temple was copied from here. And you see the ark right here, where they still have, at this time, Mary being black and Jesus being black. Look at the white men carrying the ark of Mary, which was no other than a takeoff of the ark of Isis that you see right here on the temple from the original Opet festival, showing where the priest took Isis' ark to go and meet her husband Osiris. At this time, they still had Mary as black. She was not white here, showing the procession that they have in Europe that was originally copied from African people. And keep in mind, it was St. Luke is the one who made the first Mary as being black. That was St. Luke. And the back part of the Mimizi house, which is the birthing house, you will see the goddess Aset. And here's the goddess Aset right here, but you'll notice that she's chiseled out. What makes the Italian, European Madonna and Child more sacred than yours when you had it first? She was called the Theotokos. What is the Theotokos? She was called the Mother of God. She was worshipped all over Europe, known as the Herculean worship of the goddess Aset. So here we see an ancient spiritual story passed down through the millenniums, and we have no idea that its origin started right here, but yet this one is supposed to be so pagan and so heathen. Well, if it was supposed to be so pagan and so heathen, why would they copy the same exact idea of the Madonna and Child? Right. So here's where the original story began at, brothers and sisters. So that's what we're trying to reveal to you. These things are not told to these groups who are coming up in here. They're not telling her about the original goddess right here where it all began, where she was de-Africanized at the conference of Ephesus in 431 AD. You need to study those ecumenical conferences, because it's at those ecumenical conferences where they literally copied
where
this
many
from.
of the concepts were literally taken from African people. Keep in mind when Theodosius and Justinian came in to Africa, for many years they came in as plunderers of this temple right here. And why did they close it down? As I said before, they closed it down because they were stealing many of their theological concepts right up out of Africa. And that's what we want to deal with right here. Now here we have Isis, as our ancestors called her, Aset, with her holy child. Why did they chisel it out? Justinian is the one who closed this temple down, where many of our Nubian brothers and sisters used this temple and saw Isis and Horus as sacred until the coming of Justinian, where they closed it down to forbid our brothers and sisters to worship the first Madonna and child. The first Trinity came directly from African people. Why did they chisel it out? Because you were on this temple. And here she is right here. Now, this is the African goddess that goes back 4,100 years BC to Madonna and child. You see her lactating the holy child Horus right here. This was the African goddess that had to be chiseled out. And sister, you come over here for a second. Come right on over here for a second. All right? Do we see something here?
Yes.
This goddess here was our soul, was our spirit. And that's what had to be eradicated to start the spiritual enslavement of African people. So the stopping of the worshiping the goddess was literally the stopping of the worshiping of our women, our children, and us as an African family. That's why they came in and tried to hack her out, as you see on the reliefs right here. Coming back for an eye. Let's go to the world's first holy city, long before some Rome, long before the Vatican, and even long before Mecca. Your ancestors had the temple of Seti I, called Aptu, that the Arabs called Abydos, telling of the first holy city where pilgrimages took place right here. You had to climb up the 42 steps going into this temple. Right here in the temple of Seti I, over 3,000 years ago, in the world's first holy city called Aptu, where pilgrimages took place, where our ancestors came here to pay homage to Asar. Let's go inside of the temple to see the world's first Immaculate Conception and Resurrection story for an eyewitness account that our ancestors left us over 3,000 years ago.
Now look at this. You can see where the Western world church got its design. Long before you had this, the Ptah Soka shrine was already there. For those of you who are just coming in, this is the earliest architectural structure that they call Roman arches. No such thing as Roman arches. These are African arches. If you were to take Western architecture, they say this is Roman arches, but you see this is known thousands of years ago, and this is called Ptah Soka shrine. And here we see the earliest Immaculate Conception. Immaculate means clean. That means she has known no other man. No other man has entered her body. She will have a clean conception. It's the Europeans who corrupted the story, and now we are looked at as a European Madonna and child, where the concept was copied from here. Keep in mind that the only person who mentions the Immaculate Conception is Luke. Mark doesn't mention it, and then also Matthew doesn't mention it, and John doesn't mention it. Luke mentions it only in terms of being clean. That literally means only one man has entered her body, and that is the seed of Asar. That means clean conception. That's what Immaculate means, until later on at the conference of Ephesus, where our goddess Aset was de-Africanized, where they brought on this whole Immaculate Conception of the European image of the Madonna and child that was copied from here. Come in and see the Immaculate Conception. This is called the Ptah Soka shrine, by the way. Ptah Soka shrine. Many of the reliefs have been chiseled out. Fortunately, this one is here telling of the first virgin birth resurrection story, where the goddess Aset forms herself into a bird and descends on top of Asar's penis. Although you see the chiseling out of his penis, because many of the Europeans who were coming in during the Roman times could not deal with the sacredness of the body like Theodosius and Justinian and others. But Isis is going to take the seed from his body to impregnate herself. And this is the earliest concept of the Immaculate Conception, long before an angel of the Lord and Gabriel coming to Mary and said she's going to be with the Holy Child. Look how Asar is lying out on the bed.
Look how the Romans copied the concept. Let's go to Rome. See the Pope lying out on the same bed, same hedge crown that a Tsar is wearing as well, same funeral beds, even got the lion heads that you see right here, even down to the detail of the lion heads of the funeral bed. Now, the only difference is instead of a bird perpendicular to the Pope, they have the white Mary and Jesus, the European Mary and Jesus. But here, let's take and put a set right above here, and you got the same story, the prototype of the Madonna and Child, where she was known as the Theotokos, of the Mother of God. Then she in turn becomes impregnated, and she's in the form of, in this form, as the Mheted Ra, or the sacred baboon, because the baboon representing birth. You see her stomach swelled up, but she also forms the Zoop type, okay, of the hippo. Why the hippo for the Zoop type? Because the hippo comes out of the water. It bursts out of the water, okay? And a woman looks something like a hippo. No insult, but they saw that that symbolically shows that she's impregnated, and how the hippo comes out of the water is symbolically like breaking her water. So the Zoop type that they used was the hippo. So Aset is now impregnated with the holy seed of a Tsar that she had taken from him when she formed herself into the bird, as you see the falcon. You know it's Aset because that's her glyph for Aset. She is now impregnated with the Holy Child. Here we see it, the earliest Holy Child concept of a virgin birth story. Here's the prototype of it all. This was the origin where people would come in. These temples were covered in sand. After they took everything they wanted, then it was covered up. Time took them over. Now we're dug out to come back to see where the story came from. The earliest Immaculate Conception and Resurrection story. Unfortunately, you can't see her on the donkey because that is too obvious right here.
No. Most of this information are written by white. In white books. It's just that they don't emphasize it in the classroom.
You guys just took on the Bible.
Which one? There are many Bibles. You got about 3,000 versions. And the one that most people here believe in is the King James Version. And when a version is not a fact, a version is something like the original. And James commissioned 47 men under Sir Francis Bacon. He pulled them from Cambridge University, Oxford University, University of Eton, and University of Scotland at Glasgow. Those 47 men wrote God's words.
You're not going to be very popular in this area.
We did not know that Christianity came from Egypt, and that the first monastery was on the island of Philae, which is still there now. And that the Christianity went into Ethiopia and all of North Africa, where they had 7 patriarchs and 27 bishops before the first one in Greece or Rome. We knew nothing about that. We didn't know. Up to now, you got black people sending missionaries to Africa, not knowing that the Coptic church is older than the Roman church. We still send missionaries. We still tell lies about Africans eating the missionaries. I wish we did eat the missionaries, then we would have had no problem. But we still got that. We still got roots. People thinking that roots has something to do with history when the man says a novel. People naming their children Kente Conte and Conte Kente and all kind of thing now. But these people...
You take issue with that? You find something wrong?
Yeah, it's garbage. It has nothing to do with history.
Are you calling
It's a novel.
Roots, the most popular television show in the history
Amos
of
and
this
Andy
country?
was the most popular radio show. And it had nothing to do with black people. It were 2 white Jews. You know, I told you, the worst part of our enslavement is not the shackle on the hand, it's the shackle on the mind. What we have been conditioned, look, remember this, that the slave master doesn't train his slave to be free. We once used to train ourselves. It has an impact on the child. The problem that we are facing is that, I see you ask what's the difference, okay, in the church tomorrow. They're going to be a church, and every one of the black churches got a white Jesus. Go into a Chinese church and see if you don't see Jesus got slit eye like a Chinese. Go, you know what I mean? Go to everybody but us. Religion is the deification of a culture. And the gods look like the people talking about it. And the angels, here you got Jesus. Now give me, how, if you talk about image, December the 25th, coming, you're going to see this, and before, Jesus wrapped with swaddling bands. It says it. Wool. We're in the desert now. It's 110 degrees minimum Fahrenheit. We're in the desert, and the child is wrapped in swaddling band, wool. What mother's going to wrap her child in a wool blanket in the desert? Let's go further. And on the roof of the manger, there is snow. If you give your daughter an icicle and then tell her, take it back and put it in the oven with 110 degrees Fahrenheit and go back to expect to find an icicle, you're going to find running hot water. But that image is in our head. This is a European version that was painted by Michelangelo for Pope Julius II in 1509 in the Sistine Chapel. He finished in 1511. An image, one picture that says worth 1,000 words. Now you have three wise men in the middle of the desert. One is from Africa. One is black, they said. I mean, how this possible? Moses born in Egypt, and they show him in the book. He born in Africa. Another one. The angel of the Lord, wait now. The angel of the Lord come to Mary and said to Mary, carry the little boy and hide him among his cousin in Egypt, because Herod wants to kill him, right? She comes and take this child to Africa. Egypt is in Africa. Hid him among his cousin. He's blonde, he's blue-eyed, and he got golden hair. And he's hidden among a bunch of black kids. The army came, the navy came, everybody searched every house and can't find that boy. Let's go into the theologian's library and see the amount of books they have. How many of these people have gone and traveled? See, what I'm saying, there is no major university, major library in Europe I have never been to. There's no major library in Asia or Africa I have never been to. I have been to every one of the major tombs and temples of Egypt and got the pictures and read the hieroglyphs and everything like that.
Subject of the Kemetic images of light, which reviews the three phases of sunlight, the three phases of moonlight. And you will read about of course, the phases of moonlight were governed not by the male principle, but by the female principle. So it was the goddess of the rising moon, the goddess of the full moon, and the goddess of the setting moon. Now, it often is shown in Kemetic literature how it was Tahuti who was the god that was revered for moonlight. But you got to realize, Tahuti is shown as sitting down writing the book of life, but he's only writing what he was told to write by his queen. Painful thing for me to say, but it's the truth. And when you realize that her power to speak, because of her own special powers, is the way that nature designed it, and that God designed it. So you just may as well just shut up. Back to the point of Tahuti writing down what his queen told him. Goddess Ma'at told him what to write down. Yes, she did. Goddess Ma'at was the chief judge of justice. She's the chief judge. And she sent, I'm going to put it in the past tense because she's not past tense. She's current tense. These gods that talk about in Kemet did not cease to exist at all. They are immortal. What does that mean to you? They know no such thing as death. Neither do you, in truest sense. But anyway, in the goddess Ma'at is shown to sit in the hall of justice with the 42 judges. Each one of them judging a particular attribute, whether you did or did not do this commandment. This is the 42 negative confessions. And each one of them stands for, guess what? One of our ancestors. One of the line of our ancestors. And this hall of justice is in, guess where? Where is this hall of justice located? In the cosmos. Where? In the core of the sun. In the core of the sun. You know the one you see rising? So this, the light that is put out, this is extremely advanced. That's why I say in the African origins of biological psychiatry, the European is afraid because of his misdeeds, all the hell he's put our people through. He's afraid for the black man to have justice. He said, if I've mistreated him so badly, if I've killed and raped his children and his women and him, if I've stolen his knowledge and hidden it, if I've lied and done all these things, he's afraid of retaliation. But even if he wanted to do right, guess what? He even lacks the knowledge that is required to raise you up, sisters and brothers. He doesn't have the advanced knowledge that is required to deal with super advanced parents. He's a child, you're the parent. He rules only because you and I, for whatever reasons that may be, are asleep just now. But guess what? You're waking up. You're waking
the
up.
whites is a street slang for a term called leukorrhea. It is an issue, a secretion from the vaginal area which women sometimes suffer from. If the womb becomes catarrhal, has mucus, has a cold, the whites is one of the results. The inflammation of the uterine lining produces, in many cases, menstruation, and many things can cause that, as we shall talk about. The fluids lost in leukorrhea, or colloquial on the street, the whites, are important vital substances. Lipoids, alkaline lactates, natural sodium, potassium, calcium, plus brain and nerve foods in the form of lecithin. In fact, the mucous corpuscles present in leukorrhea are presently hemoglobin capable. What do I mean by that? It means that they are capable of forming human blood-carrying, oxygenating corpuscles. So not only does a woman then suffer the menses, but if she also has leukorrhea, she is constantly losing the ability to build life-giving blood cells, which anyone knows without that the body does what? Deteriorates. I state that if the menses was cessated, if it stopped, if the blood loss and even the alkaline lactate loss was ceased and stopped, then not only would women be very strong, and they wouldn't be intuitive, they would be psychic, but they also could give birth to babies without a man being anywhere around. And there is the key to your problem and your problematic solution. You've bought into the coats lie, the white coats lie, the medical doctor's lie, which came about under a patriarchal system. If you start understanding the cadavers that were messed with in England and France at the turn of the 17th, 18th century, and experimentation still goes on. In fact, they, by law, are given under the caduceus the right to practice. And the practice is upon, in many cases, you as females. There was a theory called the August theory, spelled O-V-I-S-T, pronounced ah. It was proven, not postulated, I repeat, proven by Professor Jacques Loeb of Stanford University that the embryo develops from the egg alone and does not require spermatozoon. Did you hear what I just stated? According to Professor Loeb, you can make a developing embryo to become mitigated and go into first, second, and third trimesters of birth without the need of the male sperm, under certain circumstances. The prevailing medical theory is one of epigenesis, and it says, again, that you must have the union of sperm and egg in order to produce and in order to get pregnant. Okay? Maybe. Menstruating women, in general, lose calcium, thyroxine, iodine, phosphorus, lecithin, vitamin E, vitamin B1, 6, 12, 2, 6, magnesium, manganese, iron, copper, zinc, and sometimes for some women this starts 2 weeks prior to the menses. You think about that. Calcium, for instance, stabilizes the nervous system. Phosphorus is found in all healthy, normal cells. Iodine causes the growth and maintenance of the thyroid gland, and this is why the thyroid gland in women tends to swell during menstruation. I give you another key so you don't run off and spend all your money at the doctor's. I repeat that. That's why the thyroid gland in women tends to swell during menstruation. Science has proven that the birth of congenital idiots increases when one travels inland where the soil and the food lacks iodine. Iodine is also an essential element for the maturation and maintenance of healthy female cells. What is very interesting is that not all women on this planet menstruate. Also, not all women on this planet have ever menstruated. But all women think that all women do. Let me also spend a little time with that concept. Most Hindu women do not, and definitely did not, menstruate. One of the last famous Hindu women to achieve prominence on the world stage was Indira Gandhi, who, until she started doing certain things and making certain practices as she toured the world, readily admitted she had not suffered a menstrual period until she began to do these things. Had she would followed her religious undertakings, maybe it never would have started. Most ancient African or Kemetic women did not menstruate. Not Belkis, not Hypatia, not any of the so-called queens of Africa seemingly did once they began to have knowledge of self. The Oracle of the Delphi, according to the Greeks, were a group of women who pontificated and led Greece through its heyday. It was not led by the warrior men. They did the fighting. The thinking was done by the oracles, and many of the oracles were females. They are said that the oracles did not menstruate. We hear a lot of talk about the Amazon women, the Teutonic women, the female Gauls, the West African Watetas, the East African Bossamans, the Andambes of the Congo. Most of these oceanic women and most of these Kemetic women did not menstruate. These women were the strong women of our history. And in many cases, they could grow to be 7 and 8 feet tall. That's why amongst the Watusi and the Watusi women, when they told you of their diets and things that used to be different, they have some of the most tall, or the tallest women and persons, in fact, on earth itself. The Old Testament said, and the ancient Hebrews said, that menstruation was unclean, and that a woman should be confined until cleansed of her issue. But understand again, a lot of that book was tampered with by a patriarchal society, and if you're not aware of that, and I think most of you should be, then we have a lot of interaction that we could go through. With the advent of monogamy, and now I'm thinking about Africa, monogamy, by what we would call the Christian forefathers who wanted their church to really flourish, came the taught, learned sensation that menstruation was correct, menstruation was necessary, and was the woman's paying for her sins for having made Adam eat the apple, and now must also bear her child in pain and affliction. And many of you bought that, didn't you? I state to you that menstruation is not a cleansing process. It is only the result of the deterioration of the egg, unfertilized, and that men have perpetuated a myth that women collectively have bought, and I can at least begin to forgive some African Kemetic women because they didn't have too much of a choice. In their old habitats, in their old lands, many of them, as I say, were taught better. The female brain not only has a finer texture and more complex organization than that of the male, but relative to overall body weight, it is 1/4 pound heavier.
Here we have this monumental time in history in which there is a wakening up, as Ivan Van Sertima said, after the 500 years sleep. Now check these dates out. And I'm saying all this as a backdrop. We've already go to a slideshow in which we amplify some other aspects. In the book, The Columbus Conspiracy by Michael Bradley, it is made known these critical little facts. These are some nice little facts. On that date that Columbus left to set sail for the Americas, he wasn't discovering a thing. You can't discover somebody, meet somebody waiting you on the shoreline who's more civilized than you are. They've already been there. And there have been multiple travels. That's for somebody else to give lectures about, but multiple travels prior to the time of Columbus. On the day that he left was the same day in which the last African stronghold in Spain peacefully gave the power back to the Spanish. Is there a connection? And in looking at the background of Columbus, you get into a lot of intrigue. He may not have even been in terms of his political, spiritual identity. In other words, he was a person who was part of a group of inner knowers who had been in contact with some suppressed knowledge about the real makeup of the history of Christianity and Islam, and especially Africa. So on that date, that 500-year period, and guess when that 500-year date came to an end? Same day, 500 years later. Guess when it came to an end? The day of the rebellion in April of 1992. The day in which African people around the world, especially in Los Angeles, heard it even happened here in Atlanta, in which the white boy had beat down a brother, as we all have seen too many times. You say, I don't have to give you any justice. I'll do what I want. I'll put it in your face. But I said, yeah, check this out. And moved on him spontaneously and checkmated him real quick. He said, oh, my goodness, Mom and Daddy are waking up. You drew a line in the sand and said, you crossed it. Get back, Jack, right now. So that was a 500-year coincidence. Not a coincidence. It was a date that marks the beginning and the end and standing up. Many things taking place beforehand. But let's go on to a slideshow in which we'll draw out some of the other points. And I brought my little workbooks So we want to just chew on some melanin facts and chem facts. It can be a very lovely. Again, when the mother's egg is fertilized by the father's sperm, that ball of cells rapidly multiplies. It forms a thing called the pigmented pole. Word pigmented just means what? Black dot. Pole dot. So a black dot formed on the surface of a mother's fertilized egg. And those cells will then, the DNA will then develop into two, it will split apart and form two different poles at each end. Then those cells will divide and then further divide. And again will pass within the first 4 days from the mother's fallopian tube as the black berry, the morula, and then anchor itself to the mother's uterine wall of her life-giving womb, another black dot. Now, while there, the first two hormones that are made when that morula anchors into the wall of the uterus is called a trophoblast. It makes two hormones, human chorionic gonadotrophin, HCG. You know the hormone that you have for pregnancy test? That's what they're looking for, HCG. The other one is, guess what? Aha! Melanocyte-stimulating hormone, the thing that controls black pigment cells. So from day one, blackness is working, directing traffic, building the actual scaffolding and structure of the human body. Again, it is the blueprint. It is directing. It's telling DNA what to do. Melanin dictates to DNA what to do. Melanin precedes DNA. So that early ball of cells invaginates and forms a tube. The tube is called the neurotube. The outer layer around it is called the neural crest. The neural crest, from that originates the things that are later known as the pineal and also the melanocytes. Also from that neural crest region, we also have some other formation of things that become pigment sites in the so-called 12 pigmented brain centers in the brain stem and midbrain. We also have the formation of the optic cup from which the eyes form. But again, the pineal gland originates as these pinealoblast cells, and they later can become pigmented cells as well. The so-called pigmented epithelial cells of the eyes and the pigmented cells of the pineal. And you also find the pigmented cells in the inner ear of the ear itself. You could not see if you did not have melanin in your eye. Not in the outer eye, the iris, but in the inner lining of the eye. You could not hear if you did not have melanin in the inner ear of your ear. The hair cells that line that fluid-filled chamber, the stereocilia, sit over a thing that is called the stria vascularis, and that has melanin underneath. And as those as those hair cells move, as a result of a mechanical force coming through the eardrum and making the middle ears move and putting that fluid into motion, those stereocilia, depending upon where in that chamber those cells move, you have a certain nerve pulse generated that makes up the sound that you actually hear. So that your hearing is dependent upon it passing through that melanin layer. And when you have diseases like vitiligo or albinism, you have defects not only in skin pigmentation, but defects in vision and defects in hearing. Oh yeah, I know why you like that bass tone. I think I do. Because you can hear it. Somebody else just hears noise. Oh yeah, that's what it's about. Yeah, you can rock and roll with it. When it hits you, you feel a tingle in your spine that won't let go. It makes you rise up. Why? From the ear to the pineal gland, right quick. But somebody else, they have a shorter, what we call temporary threshold response period. They hear a sound, it takes a longer period, a much longer period of time for their sensory apparatus to set up again to get the new sound. But you have a much shorter period of time, and also you can take it. Somebody else might hear it. They have a hard time getting set up for it, but the machine may break down on the other end, and they may get a permanent scar just by hearing certain bass notes. Just by hearing certain bass notes. So here you are moving with that bass, moving it, kicking it, thumping it, moving, dipping and dapping. Somebody else saying, oh, what?
It's not my work. It's a collective work that is really eons old. And I certainly look forward to my students to stand on my shoulders and to correct me, because that is a correct move towards truth. And in terms of the methodology, yes, we must read our own people's writing, because as I'm leading to my own presentation, it was the collective wisdom over a period which it is kind of hard for us to grasp. It was a collective wisdom of not a few hundred years, not even a few thousand years, but as I begin to see it now, with the collective, analytical, whatever way you want to say it, thought of several millions of years of collected wisdom. And so it is like walking into a library of 1,000 miles high and 1,000 miles long and saying, is there anything to Kim? And to see it jam-packed with books. And to know that though the physical structure has changed somewhat, that all of that lives in its completeness in the air around us, and very importantly, in our blood. And that we have not lost it, and that we can indeed listen again, and to make what is inner a more outer thing and inner thing, and make it whole. This is a slide of a map of Antarctica, a continent found at the head of our own continent. It is a map that shows Antarctica, and it shows the outline of Antarctica before it was covered over in ice. So I raised to you a question that raised up in me. How did someone know the outline of Antarctica before it was covered over in ice, and knowing that this map came before the time of the European? If we raise that question, then we raise a question of how long is our science? To be able to have mapped not only Antarctica before it was encased in night meant that you had already mapped the world. And to have the kind of mathematics to do such, and geology and psychology and writing and discussion in libraries and universities, and excellent mothers and excellent fathers and excellent female and male teachers, means it was a very, very high-tech culture. It not only mapped the planet, but mapped the universe. And very importantly, mapped the inner world universe and saw that they were all one. This is how we visualized ourselves, rising from a menton, not in some demonic description of the phallic symbol, seeing it come and all the symbolism, as I, as a psychiatrist, one who swims in symbolism. But here we have the phallic symbol rising from the umbilical cord. And it is a divine black penis as he rises from a horizontal level to an erect level with an upstretched hand, and he is all black in color. This one, who we would know as Wosir, the perfect black, the guardian of Amenta, or the all black inner world, standing before the four sons of Haru. The raising of the Dijib Ka, again the same statement being made again. The raising from a unconscious or a sleep state to a state of awareness. Just becoming aware of who you are and learning how to use who you are to be about your work. The fertilization, again, a divine relationship in which the sky goddess Nut is being fertilized by the earth god. And we see a phallic symbol again about to impregnate the umbilical cord, something that the sisters can tell us about. But again, so many levels of birth and so many levels of understanding about what is this thing inside of us. How could we, as a people, be able to understand such a thing? And what are we saying in the past about all that has been and all that will be? What is this about a fertilization of the sky? And how are planets born under this same symbolic theme? How are we born on this same symbolic theme? How are atoms born under the same symbolic theme? And knowing again that as one would pass on to another level, it took knowledge to know how to traverse the so-called Amenta. So here is the Pharaoh Tutankhamun and the opening of the mouth ceremony as it is found all around the world, even in South America before there ever was a Columbus. The same kind of procedures being found, the same kind of instruments being used to give this person the words of power, the words of certain vibratory rates, to be able to unlock certain states inside of one's own being. Again, the opening of the mouth ceremony in terms of the being given the words of power to be able to know the right word to unlock a particular gate inside and outside oneself, as one would evoke those levels or nectars that are emergent around us. This is very deep Kemetic psychology. And in other words, we hear about it under the heading of evocation, or we hear about it in divination. The same thing. With a knowledge of vibratory rate and being exact to evoke things, that you can't do it by, a key has an exact fit, in other words. Here we have again the concept of the God Kahum creating the man and woman on the potter's wheel. And here we have again the notion of the Ka and also the Bennu bird, again symbolizing that there's something inside of us, in every Kemet person, that allows us not to be detached, as Sister Ricketti has said, Professor Ricketti has said, not to be detached, but to be a part of us. But when we get deep into our Chem factor, we fly, literally. The expansion that takes place is without limit. It is an ability to see our relationship with infinity. Now, these sound like very way out words, but they're not way out words. It's a statement of mental slavery, where they make us try to think that it's impossible. It's going to lead to you becoming a vampire. It's going to lead to you becoming yourself. Again, the Ba and Ra, this is someone else's names attached to it. Again, a secondary, not a tertiary source, in terms of the two that are facing each other. So I have to learn my own language and to come back to it. Because I'm firmly convinced that when we, quote, have these different states that come to us, even at night and in the daytime, all times, 24 hours, it's not just nighttime dreams, it's 24 hours, that ancestral world is trying to speak to us 24 hours a day, with 24 hours a day. That if we can just hear the language, know it. I mean, do I really expect my ancestral world to speak to me in English? Black English would get more onto it. And then I see, and then I realize, you know, just things that are just not coincidences. So many levels that are just all around us. We just don't, again, becoming aware. Here we see the pharaonic crown, and a very important thing, again, things come to you with the feather of Ma'at. Question comes, it's only a question at this point in time. How does the feather of Ma'at relate to the Ba, or the Ba and Ka birds? How does that relate, how does the feather relate to that bird? And why do we have the coil? And that coil is about 3.14. Then we get to another question of the coil that has 3 and some decimal points with a, quotes, black dot center. So again, those are all questions. I mean, just the detailed way in which our ancestors may have presented very profound issues and on so many levels of meaning. The notion that the beetle or Kempera may have a relationship to the idea of the top of the head or the crown. Choosing an anthropomorphic symbol or our image because it relates to an equivalent concept in the anatomy of the neter human. And here we see this concept of the sutures that correspond to the Kepler beetle, showing that there is something, as we talk about Kepler rolling the sun disk across the sky, and the crowns of our head as being illuminated by an aspect of ray as it rolls across the sky. But do we dare consider what relationship do we have to assist the sun as it rolls across the sky? Now another question comes up in terms of how, even in that book by Piankinov on the Shrine of Tekumeni, he kind of stepped back from it, as we would expect him to do given his consciousness and given his orientation. But when it raised the question of the souls of men revivifying the sun as the sun passed through Amenta. So how do we share in exchanging light? What light do we give off that revivifies stellar bodies? So that's, of course, a crazy thought. But we must be beyond crazy to embrace ourselves. We must see that, I think, come to awareness that the oppressor has labeled things unconsciously and also intentionally with the most horrible meanings as a means to turn us away from things that would lead to our own resurrection. And that it is a very important thing to not let, if your mind raises a question, that's the only way, that's the only thing that you need. If it came up in your mind, then that is more important than ever getting a Nobel Prize. As a matter of fact, if you got a Nobel Prize, you better ask what's going on. Be the kiss of death. By somebody who invented dynamite that killed and enslaved your people. So in other words, if your mind flashes it to you, then treasure it. Because we don't know how many of the ancestors are trying to pass something on to you right now for you to do. The notion of the head being born out of the lily, the so-called flowering process as one touches the crown. The lily that is, quotes, tightly bound, and then it unfurls. And then out of that most fragrant flower comes an aspect of yourself. And here it is from the tomb of Tekumeni, the same concept. That in our, and we use the head, we could really put the entire body in it, no doubt. We emerge out of that. There's something deep inside of us. Again, the mask. Again, the actual face, the human form. How could we, how crazy is the game that in 1979, the part of that came here in terms of an exhibit, and there was a debate, was he black? And yet these photographs set right in Oxford University, and the people knew. So I fully know that the game is that deep. The people are not even, the adversary is intentionally covering up mountains of knowledge. It is a war of knowledge. Again, a black man and a black skin and a black body. The notion of the symbolism of his shrines, these 4 boxes placed one inside the other, and between box 2 and 1, a thin film of linen cloth with gold stars embroidered upon it, in which they were giving a knowledge of their statement, of the collective understanding of scientific investigation that encompasses, I think, millions of years. Millions of years. The things found on the Pharaonic crown not only symbolize upper and lower region, but in terms of the upper and lower aspect of ourselves, not in a hierarchical sense, but because each part of us is profound and divine. Pharaoh Chephren with the Horus or Heru hawk rising from his back, embracing the sides of him. Again, inside of us, something that profound inside of our Kim is that profound, waiting to emerge, waiting to arise, but also demanding sweat, demanding a lifetime of discipline, a use of science, and a profound respect of each other. Side view. Again, showing just the different types, crowns, and all the idea of the feather of Ma'at, of Upper and Lower Kemet. The Bennu bird, another name for Bennu bird, and it is from this that came the European concept of the stork. But they don't tell you that Bennu means the black bird. So a black bird brought in the little new ones in the idea of Kemet. Again, raising the hands in praise to the netters. Again, on the very top of that person's head, we see, again, that bird factor standing on the crown of the head. And again, from the umbilical cord, there emerges that phallus, or that, if you will, that canal from which that ancestral seed passes to then pass to the holy heaven of the black woman's heaven or womb. The diadem crown that was found atop Tutankhamun's head, and found again the wrapping of that head with a full appreciation for levels of understanding that I just am just a total novice at beginning to understand. But that there was a extra wad of bandages placed on top, or linen cloth placed on top, again to symbolize perhaps the importance of what was in the top of that head or the crown. The linen cloth with the beads embroidered on the top, again symbolizing the things that were present in the serpentine fashion, which I've just now learned that the serpents were called Kim. Oh, I just can't wait to work with that. God Patha, again with a blue crown on his head. The same something in the top of us that binds us to the heavens. Yes, we are divine. Just a diagram showing the same concept of the Ayin Haru and pineal that are found in somewhat of that same region. And this just came to me this morning. Now I look at this and see that this particular aspect paints the crown of Tutankhamun wearing a black crown. And I just beginning to, the answers will help it, I think, trying to make me say, brother, you better study some more. Because look at this here. So that's a point to be raised. From the right shrine of the second shrine of Tutankhamun, the right second shrine, and here I was a psychiatrist who'd been studying the pineal about 5 years before I saw that. I said, goodness, look at that star putting rays of light into the anatomical site of the pineal gland. I know the pineal gland produces the hormone melatonin during darkness and serotonin during daytime. You mean my people knew neuroendocrinology 3,300 years ago? And it was just now rediscovered this in 1958 AD? I said, could the cover-up be that great? And yes, it is. And closer up, so you can see with yourself. Here is the Kim, a Kim serpent putting rays of light into the anatomical site where the pineal and pituitary glands are. And then stars putting rays of light to the top of it. Now the other parts of that shrine will show the moon putting rays of light into the neck and the lower and other parts of the body. And we have the whole question of the lunar phase and the solar phase as they relate to gates of consciousness in terms of us. Our people knew that. And it ain't hardly known today. The idea of the phallus, putting an old part of the temple where the phallus says that something inside of that phallus conveys the ancestral world. That in the life seed of Africans, as we pass that sperm on to that egg, we're passing on millions of years of African family. And we just don't even know where all of us came from in terms of, are you a flashback from 4,000 years ago, 3,000, and you got some kind of aspect to do right now? Just, we don't even know. And then we're told that we are slaves, or recently released slaves. And here we are, the rulers of the world. the rulers of ourselves waking up. And yes, for that reason, and for many others, biological warfare is rampant today. This concept, again, is turned backwards. A point is raised, and this is from C.G. Jung and the so-called Western psychiatrists and psychologists who come up with an awareness that, yes, there are parts of us that have access to the collective unconscious and the archaic unconscious. In other words, they know that they're inside of the so-called mind, that there are ancestral memories that go all the way back. And I would add, even beyond the physical human condensation. So then we get into a whole question of beyond the atom. But that's what we can conceive. Yes, we are divine. Again, the different levels, family, nations, and all this, all that inside of us. But what happens to the European when he runs up to his black mama? There ain't no other mama. No other mothers. As recently as 20,000 years ago, or 25, no other mothers on the planet. And we're talking about millions of years of human experience. When they run to that, they see King Kong, Darth Vader. Here are the images. They don't see what you and I see. Sweet somebody else has a different kind of hookup. And without those chemical keys, it can be demonic. But again, as there is a springtime, there's also a winter in terms of consciousness and in terms of human families. So we're coming out of winter, headed into springtime again. And this last winter really occurred, ain't no doubt about that. But we know that plants burst forward again. And this is an African people who went to sleep in hibernation during the winter to emerge in spring. Again, Sigmund Freud's death, he wasn't going to tell you that he had studied the unconscious and got from African sources, but there it is. You can go to his library in London and you can see it. There it is. And in his book that he wrote 1 year before he passed away, because I think he was trying to get straight. Because because the inner world don't even accept the dollar bill. You can't buy nothing in the inner world with a dollar bill. You can be a billionaire and still jump in the lake of fire inside the inner world. That don't take nothing. Your heart must be weighed based upon your conduct with your fellows. Again, just closer views, and now we'll pick the pace up. We know that they studied under us in Rome. They projected the Isaiah rites. We know that there's been a rip-off of all of our culture. We know that tomorrow they will celebrate Easter, and that it relates to an astronomical event that affects consciousness. We know that when we read that in the so-called, again, a revision of our own sacred books called the Bible, that when supposedly the Holy Ghost passed through, the so-called Passover, it was the African, the Kemetic Tau cross, that was the mark that was left on the door, supposedly, and whatever that might mean. That it was a Tau or T cross upon which the so-called Christ figure was supposedly crucified, but that came from the earlier things that we said in Kemetic literature relative to Osiris, and especially Horus, and even older forms that would take us even back to Bes and beyond. We know that. We know that there are, in terms of the Coptic faith, in terms of our own visualizations of the Christ figure, again with older, the Harut principle and the Osirian, and even Empatha, and even older. This is from the book of Black Men of the Nile. But we don't know what the original African concepts were. They related to the profound symbolism of why would you hold a right triangle, a right angle in your hand? What is the geometrical and numerical symbolism of the so-called religion? And that is indeed an aspect of that. Again, this is Kim Ware. How the cascade of glands that turn on and open up and promote the production of melanin or Kim in skin from the brain, or from the Harut principle. and the forehead. Again, the Kim principle, or the Kim system, in brain and skin throughout the nature of the human form. An actual picture of a calcified Heru, a very common occurrence in others, and a much less frequent occurrence in us, that leads to only half as much of the Kim principle in the brain, or melatonin, and perhaps leads to a very partial insight or access to a mental. Showing that all of these things in the Kim system originate from that black early ball of cells after the fertilization of the in the holy womb of the African woman by the life seed of the black man. That all these things, be it Kim in the inner ear, Kim in the meninges of the brain, be it Kim in the oral mucosa of the mouth, be it Kim in the auditory canal, be it Kim in the different organs of the body, be it Kim in the skin, that all of these things come from an infinitesimal thing called the life egg, and indeed it is a Kim thing. There it is in the skin, organized over the nucleus, not only to shelter it, but to nurture the nucleus of skin cells. There it is in the skins of others, less nurturing going on. There it is in terms of where we have a cross-section of the brain. There it is showing the internal ocean inside of us, from which the dews of heaven, or the cerebral spinal fluid, are freeways which this Kim factor bathes the internal and external aspects of the brain. And doesn't it look like a bird to you? They even call it wings. And here we have a bird inside of our own brains. And our ancients said, our parents told us that there was a bird rising up out of our heads. There it is again. The cerebral spinal ventricular system, birds rising up inside of our heads. Again, as I do things backwards, I'm really dealing with what my teacher would say, with the backside of Eden. But anyway, the chemical pathway. But let me just hurry on, because now this is a picture from Bubastis, from the Egyptian Exploration Fund, and this book was written in the 1890s. It is a picture of one of the Hyksos kings, Asiatic kings, one of the first ones who come in and defile our land and take over the northern parts. Look at this face well. Know it when you see it. They say that there are no faces of it found. There it is. Again, this is one that was hidden, now hidden away, not to be presented out in public. African people, no question. African people, in terms of the goddess Ceres in the times of the Greeks, even the African in Rome. African people, every one of them on this table, all of them, hundreds of thousands of years old. The cradle of mankind, indeed our home. We all know at this point in time that as of 300 million years ago, there was only one continent, all of them grouped around the African continent prior to the separation with continental drift on the tectonic plates. But in so many levels, the home, that African Kim home. And need we not forget that as we access our inner worlds, we have to pay homage and listen to the pain and the rage and the hope and the wishes of our parents, now departed, who paid a price for us to be here today. Again, Ramses and the present. The present. The present and the past, knowing words of power to move through. Again, these are people in rulership. They live in our blood this very second. They live in our blood this very second. They live in our blood this very second. We just need to
Let's start, as I said from the beginning. Where did the story of Jesus start? It started 4,100 years before Jesus. It started with the story of Isis, and who became pregnant by an immaculate conception, gave birth to her son Horus by a virgin birth. Horus, who at the age of 12 removed himself from his population and went further south into Egypt at the Grand Lodge of Luxor. At the age of 30 he returned, and at the age of 33 he was murdered, cut up into 14 pieces, and so on and so on. If you look in what is called the Egyptian Book of the Dead and the Papyrus of Ani, you would see the same story. If you go to Egypt today, and by the way, Egypt is in Africa. The last time I looked at it on January the 9th. But if you should go to Egypt at a place called Abydos, there is a temple there, still there, partially in ruins. The temple of the Pharaoh Seti I, S-E-T-I-1. And there you will see, not only in the hieroglyphic writing that the ancient Africans wrote, but you will also see the picture form the Africans painted, they drew the entire story of the Immaculate Conception and the virgin birth story. That temple was completed by Seti I's son, Ramesses II. Ramesses II took over in 1298 before the Christian era, BC, after the death of his father, Seti I. You will see at another place, at a temple for the god Horus, and that's at a place called Edfu. And you see the entire story of the crucified Savior there on the walls and in the paintings and the ceilings and so forth. So what I'm saying to you, everything I'm going to say to you today, not only can you read them in books, but you can go to Egypt, to Ethiopia, to Nubia, and see in the ancient temples just what's there. And the question is, don't the Europeans, don't the whites know this? The vast majority do not know. But there are those in their universities and their high places, including Rome, who knows everything of what I'm speaking about today. But they have to suppress their own whites, much less those that they have enslaved. It is in this context, then, that the early people in Africa, under the leadership of two Africans, one called Pantaeus, P-A-N-T-A-E-U-S, and the other one called Boetius, B-O-E-T-I-U-S. Some 1983 years ago, having fell out with another branch of their own, decided to then reintroduce the concept of the Immaculate Conception, the virgin birth, the murder and resurrection of the Godhead, which Horus, which later became Jesus, and so forth. But have anyone ever told you? What we're speaking about is Christianity before Jesus. There are 16 crucified saviors, 16. Jesus being the 16th. The first being Horus, along the Nile, in the land from whence your ancestors came. When the Africans along the Nile there started to deal with the concept of deity, God, there was no Greece yet, and there was no Adam and no Eve. Because Adam and Eve is a concept, an allegory that came from the Hebrews, otherwise called Jews. The first of the Hebrews, Abraham, otherwise originally called Abram, A-B-R-M. Here is where Asia and Africa joins. Before there was a Suez Canal here. This will be the Nile Valley, the Delta. This will be the S-turn that the African engineers put in there to stop the inundation period. That will be Mwanza Nyanza, which the British call Lake Victoria. There has never been a Victoria Lake in Africa. Victoria is in England. If there's any Victoria Lake, it's in England. Now, this is the Great Sea, later called the Mediterranean today. And this is the Ethiopian Ocean, today called the Atlantic Ocean. Now, I need to put this just for the sake of identification. Here is Mecca, and here is Medina, because later in my conversation, this will take place. Modern Cairo is about here, but Cairo is not an ancient city. I'm just putting it for the sake of demarcation. Here are the pyramid fields. The pyramids of Giza are right here, and the pyramids of Darfur and all of them. There are 62 pyramids. All of them, all of the major structure on the West Bank. Of course, if we took a map, this will be north, this south, east, west. Of course, when I speak of Upper Egypt, unlike there, Upper Egypt is in the south. In this part of Africa, when you say I'm going down, you're going north, rather than in the United States when you say going down south. Up there you say I'm going down north because the land is higher. And when we speak of Upper Egypt, we're speaking about in terms of the contour of the land. I wanted to give you this. Down here, the first cataract, and this map is, let's bring it a little bit up here, a little more. And this will be the pyramid field. Mind you, there are 62 pyramids in Egypt. The ones that people know most are those at Giza, and then the other at Saqqara, and over here. Now, we go back. They said we came from the beginning of the Nile, Blue Nile, White Nile, where God Hapi, H-A-P-I, dwell at the foothill of the mountain of the moon. There are two mountains of the moon in Africa. One here, right here, mountain of the moon. Otherwise, mountain of the moon means Kilimanjaro, means same word. Then there's another mountain of the moon over here, Rwenzori in Uganda. There's two mountains in Africa with the same name. They said then that they came from Central East Africa for the simple reason, here will be your equatorial line, 0 plus or minus 0. This is the Persian Gulf, by the way, and this is the Arabian Peninsula. It used to be the peninsula of the Sabians. And of course, this is Mount Sinai. Today, there's a canal cut here, but the time in which we are talking, there's no canal. That's Suez Canal. This was in the 19th century. This is supposed to be the Mount of Horeb in the Sinai Peninsula. Sinai is still a part of Africa. This is the continent called Africa. Alkebulan, Africa, Ortega, Hesperia, all kinds of different names it was called. So that I hope that you would make it understandable. This is the Greenwich line, 0 plus or minus 0. Okay, so that we could have a good understanding. This is the Iberian Peninsula. Today, Portugal will be here, Spain will be here, southern France will be here, so that you will have an idea of it. But, as I stated before, Abraham or Avram was not born until 1675 before the Christian era, or BC. You cannot have an Adam and Eve before you have Abraham. Why? The Jews are the one that introduced the concept of an Adam and Eve. You don't have any book older than your Bible, your Judeo-Christian Bible, whatever version. With the book of Genesis, no other people in the world ever mentioned. And the first Jew is Abraham. You don't have a single, his mama wasn't a Jew. His daddy wasn't a Jew. They said Abraham was the first of the Jews. Your own Bible says it. So then, anything about the beginning of the world must be something he thought of. He had no concept of it. In 1675, the Africans along the Nile were already in their 13th dynastic period. 13th dynasty. I'm not talking about the pre-dynastic period. Are we to say that the Africans here had no concept of religion before Abraham was born? When Abraham was born here, in the city of Ur in Chaldea, this Chaldea was already a colony of these Africans. These Africans calling themselves Elamites. E-L-A-M-I-T-E-S. So that even Abraham was born at a time when the Africans was controlling the state where he was born. The book of Genesis isn't written when Abraham is born. It isn't written until 700 BC at the Sanhedrin, when Jewish scribes decided, and they did not even write the book of Genesis as the first book. They wrote the book of Exodus as the first book. But it looks silly to say that people are running from a place and they're not born yet. So at the council of Jamia, they changed Exodus and replaced it with Genesis, the same thing they did with Luke and Matthew. Luke was the first book in the Christian Bible, but it looks silly talking about to a woman a child would be born in the first book, and in the second book to a virgin a child would be born. So they had to switch these two. They've been switching all over the place, but it's not been new. But what was the switching? The switching was to remove a certain people from here, a people called Africans, your people and mine. And it came about in the year 325 AD, when a Roman emperor, Rome, right here, by the name of Constantine, you see, decided that Rome, which was warring, Rome which had been scourging the earth, Rome which had been raping anything female, Rome which had produced nothing but a scavenger nation that would go and take anything they could at the case of murder, was able to convince the early Christians. By the way, they had not taken on the name Christian until 212 at the Council of Antioch. Antioch is the first time people start calling themselves Christians. Jesus is supposed to have been dead 212 years before the first Christians. Jesus himself was never a Christian, because you can't be a follower of yourself. But it was not until that council. This is the first day of the birth of Abraham, the first Jew. And out of Judaism came Christianity, out of Christianity came Islam. That's why I put that. You're talking about terms of days. They tell you that the world is only 6,000 years old. If the world is only 6,000 years old, we subtract. We have to take 6,000 with 1,800, add that, subtract it from this to give us at what time the world began. No, we're 1983, right? 7, 1, 0, 1 from 5, 4. So you're telling me that the world, that the world started 4,117 years before the birth of Jesus the Christ? If that is so, then the Egyptian Book of the Dead and the Papyrus of Ani preceded this by 3,000 years. The Africans along the Nile gave to the world the first known calendar, and you can't have a calendar without astronomy. It is because of astronomy, the movement of the stars, the planets, the suns, and so forth, and the recording of them, you develop astronomy. And the Africans in 10,000 BC, in this strange, Adam should really feel bad behind that. 10,000 BC, more than 6,000 years before Adam at least, the Africans produced what is known as the stellar calendar, S-T-E-L-L-A-R, a calendar based upon the stars and so forth. And then refined that calendar in 4,100 BC as the solar calendar. Speaking, you understand that. They understood this aspect of it. And out of all of this came the fundamental principles upon the society in which the Africans developed and conducted. We have to then realize that in order for you to understand the development of the religion called Christianity, you must understand the source. First, we must know where Christianity started. The records show, whether you are a Protestant, a Catholic, or what, that Christianity started here at a place called Alexandria with Pantheus and Boetius. That's in Africa, by the way. And that from there, it spread out. But wait, what did Christianity come out of? Your Bible, regardless of which one, which version, V-E-R, this is the key, S-I-O-N, a version. And let us go on. As we say, this is here, 1983 years ago. But this religion went across here. It went from Egypt to Lesbos, now called Libya. From Lesbos to Numidia. Numidia is now called Tunisia. Then it went to Carthage, later called Carthage, today called Morocco. That's how it. Then it traveled down the Nile and went here. Right here at the island of Philae, P-H-A-L-A-E, Philae, is where they established the first monastery, the first Christian monastery right here. And this religion existed 134 years before it went this way. But it came into this land as the worship of what is called the Herculaneum worship of Isis. Because originally, it was the worship of an African woman.
When the Cushites invaded Egypt and created the mighty 25th dynasty, they improved Egypt. They put Egypt's house in order, and they gave Egypt her last walk in the sun. Here was a case where the invader did some good. Does that prove me wrong? No. I still maintain that the invader always does more harm than good. Then what am I talking about in this case? The invasion was not really an invasion in the true sense. The Cushites from the south were relatives of the Egyptians. They were African relatives invading the house of the relative and telling the relative, put your house in order before the foreigners come back here and take over both of us. So it was not an invasion in the true sense, because those in the south was just as much of the north as the others. And when they invaded, the question of the three great generals that invaded Castor-Pianki Taharqa was, are you obeying the old religion? Are you true to the great religions of the river? And they asked them, are you obeying the laws and the moral laws laid down by the last great goddess of the Nile Valley, the woman goddess Mayat? Are you true to her teachings? And when you look today and see all the people hung up called women's lib, these black men, 751 BC, asking other black people, are you obeying the moral laws laid down by a woman? This will blow the white people's mind. Today, how about women's white equality? When these people wanted to know whether you obeying a black woman who was a god.
This book, Bible, is called Scripture. We have Torah, we have Injil or Gospel, we have Quran. These are called Scriptures. These two books only deal with 6,000 years of history but with references to eons of time. But the focus of these two books is Adam, the first Adam, the second Adam, a world of evil coming in, and a world of evil being destroyed, and a new world coming in, and the Bible ends. Now, the second chapter of this book, called Al-Baqarah, the cow, it is in that second chapter that Adam is introduced. So both books in the beginning start with Adam. And both books tell us that Adam was a powerful being. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught us that since these two books deal with a limited time, 6,000 years, from the time of Adam to the time of the coming of God and the end of the present world, we have 6,000 years entering into the 7,000 year, and the end of the 6,000 years is over with a great destruction of the present world. We mentioned that in the Revelations, the book of Revelations, you have the talk of 24 elders. And these elders are very powerful beings. The Holy Quran does not use the term elders. The Holy Quran uses the term the exalted assembly. What Elijah Muhammad taught and answered the question, is it revelation? And if it is revelation, then the light of God has passed out of the east and is now coming to birth in the west, which means that the scepter of rulership is being taken out of the east and is being placed in the hands of those to whom revelation is given. Now, you may not want to believe this, but if a black man from among us has received revelation from the Lord of the worlds, this is saying that the white man's time of rule of us and the world is all over with. Now, this original man of any dispensation is referred to under the name Adam. Some of the scholars of Islam say there may be about 50,000 Adams. I wonder where they got that from. But let's entertain the thought. If from our deportation from Moon, it is 66 trillion years. I'll get into this, but not today. If you divide the history that we make, called Bible or Quran, which we make to equal the circumference of our home, the earth is 24,896 miles in circumference, nearly 25,000 miles. So we write history, Bible or Quran, the revelation to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad says, to equal our home circumference. a year for every mile. So when we write history, we write it to last for 25,000 years. And the first man of that cycle is the God, or the original man of that cycle, or the Adam of that cycle. He can't borrow the wisdom of the previous cycle, but he builds on that wisdom with a new wisdom. Are you listening? Now, when it's time for a portion of that history to be given, he said there are 24 scientists. He called them scientists. These are gods. 23 of them actually do the writing. The 24th one acts as a judge. He said the 23 is in accord with the hours of our day. Not quite 24 hours, 23 hours, 56 minutes, 46 seconds. In accord with the way the planet leans, 23 degrees, 30 minutes to the plane of its orbit. So 23 of these scientists go out and make the history. How does the black man write history? We don't write it after we do it. The original man writes history before he does it, then walks into the history that he has written. How do you write history 25,000 years in advance? What kind of mind must you have to write history? If you can see this pen, it's one, right? Multiply it in your mind. Can you see two? Just by looking at one, you can see two. Can you see three? Can you see four? As long as you can see one, you can multiply one and see what is not yet in existence, then bring it. Listen, 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 listen. These men can tune in on our thinking. Now, thought shapes matter. The point I'm making is, as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. Your thoughts can reshape you. If you multiply 25 into 66 trillion, you will get the number of atoms that have been in the world since the deportation of Moon. Now, let's not go back that far yet. Let's deal with the time that we are in. Because this Bible and this Quran deals with a specific 6,000 year period. You know why you black? Why are you black, brother? Because you are a direct descendant of the originator of the heavens and the earth. You are the people of God. You have so much in you from the originator. All you need is a proper environment. And that environment will bring out of you what is in you from the originator. You are little gods, not worthy of worship. Only Allah is worthy of worship. But you are little gods. Now, to my Muslim family, I want to say this. You might think that this is really erroneous teaching, because you really don't see how God can operate in a man. And I point you again to the Quran and the making of Adam. He's called the vicegerent of God. And the term in Arabic is Khalifa. Khalifa. And that means one who stands in the place of another as a successor. So if man is able, or Adam was able to stand in the place of Allah as a successor, then God had put in Adam whatever Adam needed to stand in his place. All right. But something is wrong with this, because the Adam that we are talking about, he didn't bring in a civilization of righteousness. Now, everything in this universe is based on atoms. Atoms. You can break down everything that you see. It breaks down to atoms. Is that right? So the basic, we say, unit of everything in creation is the atom. And you can break the atom down even further, but the atom is the basic unit that everything in this universe is built on. Okay? So if we look at the word atom, all Semitic languages deal with the phonetics, the consonants, rather than the vowels. So you have A here and O. You can cancel that out. But the T and the M are important, because in language sometimes the D is interchangeable with the T. So if you have an A here, a D, and you put another vowel A there and an M, you have Adam. When you break down the atom, it is the beginning of everything, and Adam is the genesis of a cycle of history that starts from whatever is in him. Since Adam is the original man of a cycle of history, then whatever comes up in that cycle is found in Adam. All right. Now, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad says, we're in the 16,000th year of our history, with 10,000 more to go in this cycle. The 24 scientists, 23 of them went out to listen to the thinking of the people, and they said 70% were satisfied with the civilization, 30% were dissatisfied. And whenever you have dissatisfaction, it brings about a change. Now, one thing I gotta say about Allah, he experiments with things. Why does he experiment and allows experimentation? Because it is through experimentation that we grow in knowledge. The most profound profound of all knowledge is the knowledge of God and the knowledge of self. So the most profound experiments have been on the God himself, on the man, on the human being. When these men went out and heard the thinking of the people, you know that thought produces actions. Thought produces events. Thought produces circumstances. Circumstances produce people after that circumstance, and those circumstances produce events. Men rise to the event, creating another circumstance. So what you have in the Bible from Genesis to Revelation is a man coming, a family coming, circumstances arising, giving rise to events, giving rise to people who are shaped by the events of their time. So the scientists wrote the history. And look, this is what they saw. They saw that in the year 8,400 of the present 25,000 year history, in the year 8,400, they saw a man coming. Out of the 30% dissatisfied, who was born to produce a change. Now, what I want to say to all of us, Allah is the only reality. So all men of knowledge are agents of God's will, willingly or unwillingly. So if the Quran says that Allah gave to man his hue and his color, how? Did Allah say abracadabra, a shazam, boom, and people got color? If you were made out of blackness, black is not a color. Black is the origin of color. All color comes out of this. See, here's the problem. The problem is that the white people know that your time has come. The problem is that they know that God has been among you. Therefore, your womb, sister, has been blessed. And your babies are coming forth, moving when they first come out the womb, looking around like they, where am I? Talk to me about your babies. How alert they are. How wide awake they are. How fast they learn. The teachers can't keep up with these young boys and girls. Nothing that I learned in psychology prepare me to deal with these children. So you can be a teacher, but you're out of date. I don't care what you think you know. You're out of date. Sorry about that. I don't give a damn if you got a doctorate degree. You got a doctorate degree in that which will not make you function today. You need another degree from another doctor. I'm talking to the educators. I don't ever want to see you get proud of what the white man gives you called education. I don't give a damn if he says it's a PhD. It will not allow you to raise your people up where God wants them to go. The white man will never give you that kind of knowledge. That knowledge got to come from God to you. In order for us to take over the rulership, the children have to come from her womb greater than they've ever come before. White folk know this. So they want to destroy your male children before they can get up and start exercising what God has already put in them. That's why you got to be careful where you put your boys. And just as careful where you put your girls. A public school is a sham. That's a slaughterhouse. So I know if you've made it in this world, here's what you say. Children, we want you to stay in school. Stay in school for what? So you can get education. What kind of education? An education that allow your master to still be your master after he's given you the degree. He's still your master. You mean to tell me the education that you got has not freed you from the grip of your former slave master and his children? Think about it. White man ain't never gonna give you education that will free you from him. What you got is training you how to fit into a world that is not your world. It's his world. But what I'm saying is, do you know the kind of skill it takes for a young boy to get up and rap like these children are doing and rhyme like they're rhyming and get that rhythm? Like, man, that is the high form of mathematics. Our children are gone and we got to catch up to where they are. Put some wisdom there and let them rap the wisdom of God. The Bible says, let us make man in our image. You are the original. Who is the white man? He's the man made in our image and after our likeness. He's a new man on our planet. Where did he come from? You don't want to believe it, but he came from you. You his father. You his mother. And Moses told him, honor your mother and your father, that your days may be long. There wouldn't be no white person if there was no black person, because two white people can't produce you. Two white people can't produce yellow. So it had to be you to bring brown, yellow, and white on the planet. That's how color began. Now the white people are saying life began in Africa. Are they saying it? They're only bearing witness to what Elijah Muhammad taught us, that Master Farad revealed to him. Now, how did the white man come here? Let's get into the science of this. Give me my Bible. Get me the Bible, brother. Let us make man after our image and likeness. Okay, let's look at that. Now, after you make the man, he said in the 5th chapter of Genesis, it says, this is the book of the generations of Adam. In the day that God created man, in the likeness of God made he him. Male and female created he them, and blessed them, and called their name Adam. So Adam is not an individual here. Adam is the beginning of a race of people, male and female. Here you have Adam, an Adamic race of people. It's a new people now. with a new wisdom that's going to bring in a new way of civilization. Now, you have the Adamic race, and you have the pre-Adamites. That means that there were people on the earth before Adam. And the pre-Adamites is the us, out of which Adam came. And they're called aboriginal. You look this up. This is to get you to do some studying now. There were pre-Adamites, human beings on the earth before Adam. If Adam was only one person, Eve was one person, Cain was one person, Abel was one person, Cain slew Abel. Then Cain goes into the land of Nod. And he finds him a woman in the land of Nod. Well, where'd she come from? What family was she a part of? Aboriginal means from or away from the origin or the beginning. You are the aboriginal people of the earth. You could never be a citizen of the United States. The old definition of a citizen or an American is from European extraction, not one of the aboriginal people of the earth. So he didn't bring you here to make you a citizen. That's why you don't have the rights of a citizen now. He brought you here to make you a slave. And now the biggest deceit of all is for him to make you think now that he gave you the right to vote and this and that, and you're a citizen now. Whenever he get ready to show you who you really are, you begin to understand. Get beat up by the police. Go to court and see what they tell you, how they make you know who you are. Go down to Cook County Jail and see our people all lined up in the prison house for things they didn't do and for infractions that they did do. But they have no justice. You all know what I'm talking about. So if you're an equal citizen, you should be treated equally to all the other citizens. You know better than that. And the biggest deceit of all is to deceive you and make you think you're an American. No, brother and sister, you'll never be an American. You'll never have the equal rights of the whites of America, not unless you become the power. See, you the original. You're not naturally inclined to sin. You are naturally inclined to God. And if you were in the right environment, you would be more godly than you are. But even in your spirit, as crazy as you are, you're God-fearing. You don't ever hear them praising God like you. In your madness, you praise Him. You know why? Because you're the people of God. The real people of God. In the book of Revelations, this people is called the bloodshedder. Some white people have studied themselves and they want to know what's wrong with us. That everywhere we go, we're killing not just animals, fish, birds. If we find a human being different from ourselves, we kill that human being. They don't need to do nothing. All they got to do is be in our way. Now, you and I grew up under this. He had killed black people because they could get a new car or wear a new suit or have a farm that produced good crop. Talk to me, brothers. You know that this man is a murderer. He don't give a damn about your life. He's not only a murderer, but he's a liar. He found you in the jungle with bones in your nose, climbing up on trees with the monkeys. You Negroes ought to be glad I brought your black sorry self to America to civilize you. Yet you built the mansions in the South. You cooked his food. Your mother wearing these burlap kind of clothes, but yet could take the silks and fashion a garment for Miss Ann to wear. You build a mansion, you build a White House, you build a Congress, you build everything this white man got, but yet he found you in the jungle. He's a liar. You were some of the most highly civilized people on this earth. You better hurry on up and believe it. Let's go to the book of Daniel. You'll go home and get your Bible and get into the book of Daniel. It's a book like Revelations, difficult for the weak, those who lack understanding. But it ain't difficult for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. 1st chapter, 5th verse. And the king, Nebuchadnezzar, spake unto Ashpenaz, the master of his eunuchs, that he should bring certain of the children of Israel and of the king's seed and of the princes, children in whom was no blemish, but well favored and skillful in all wisdom and cunning in knowledge and understanding science, and such as had ability in them to stand in the king's palace, and whom they, the Babylonians, might teach the learning and the tongue of the Chaldeans. And the king appointed them a daily provision of the king's meat and of the wine which he drank, so nourishing them 3 years, that at the end thereof they might stand before the king. And now among these were of the children of Judah, Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, unto whom the princes of the eunuchs gave them names. For he gave Daniel the name of Belshazzar, and to Hananiah he called him Shadrach, and to Mishael he called him Meshach, and to Azariah he called him a Abednego. But Daniel purposed in his heart that he would not defile himself with the portion of the king's meat. What was the king's meat that would defile Daniel? See, it's that slimy pig that the king was eating. And he wanted to feed the children of God on a meat that would sound their mental power and destroy their beauty appearance. Come on, Daniel. So you know, he put them boys in the fiery furnace. What's the point? What's the Bible talking about? You think it's talking about some children of Israel back there? Some princes back there? No. It's talking about a royal people. A kingly people. You can't build mansions without mathematics and science. You knew mathematics. You knew science. That's how you could help the white man build his world. He haven't built nothing in America without you. And if you look at the inventions that you came up with that have advanced America, you are the people. The book is talking about you. He defiled you with wine and strong drink and with hog maw, chitlins, fatback, pig foot, hog brains. That's the king's meat. That's the white man's meat. But when you were back home, you didn't eat this kind of mess. He's a murderer. He's a liar. He's that from the beginning. What made him a murderer? How did he become a liar and a murderer in his nature? I'm almost there. The womb of the female, as I mentioned in one of our classes a week or so ago, is a sacred place. Sisters, your womb is sacred. Your womb is the workshop of God. So the vaginal tract is the road to the womb. How can you defile the road that leads to the workshop of God and then think that the workshop is going to produce the fruit that God would be pleased with? Do you follow what I'm saying? Wait, sister, you're sacred. Everything about you is sacred. Now I want you to see how they got to be a murderer. See, this thing called womb it's a serious place. Look at this place. You know, this was a Greek Orthodox church. See what these long aisles represent? That represent the vaginal tract. You see these wings? That represent the branches, the fallopian tubes. You see this here? This represents the sanctum sanctorium, where the womb is. The place where God begins to shape. Yaqub preached among the dissatisfied. He learned everything that the schools had to offer by the time he was 18. Yaqub learned, studied the life germ of the original man. And he saw in that life germ there was a brown germ that was like dust. It had no form. It had no utility. It was there, but it was mastered by the dark side of the black germ, mastered the brown. So the brown could never really come out to give the black a challenge. So Yaqub saw that if he could separate the brown germ from the black germ and graft it into its final stage, he could produce a new people with an inclination toward evil. And then by teaching them a system of tricks and lies, being unalike, they would attract the black man. And then by being a master of tricks and lies, they would deceive and divide the black man. And then they would conquer the black man and rule the black man until the coming of God. But in order to do this, they had to develop a birth control system. Now, if you start looking at the color of the babies that you produce, sometimes
you can produce a real dark child. I mean, if you imagine all of them were black, well, they produce a black child. But sometimes you produce one a little lighter. So the whole idea was kill the darker, save the lighter. Now check this out. This man had a group of laborers. He had a minister, a doctor, a nurse, and a cremator. When they got ready to marry, if it was two real black ones, they'd take a sample of your blood and they'd tell you that your blood is not quite right, so you shouldn't marry. Right today, the white man is doing the same thing. Look at this. So when two real dark ones come up, he didn't want that. And right now in your thinking, from the white man, if you real black, you don't want no real black man. Talk to me. If you real dark, you searching for somebody a little light so that your baby won't be so black. Talk to me. And in your house, if you got a dark child and you got a light child, you favor the lighter one and you give the black one hell. And when it goes out in the world favors the lighter child, and the world beat the hell out the black child. And to this very hour, that poison is sitting right up in us. This daggone Yakub or something. And when he got his people away from the mainland, I wish I could just take this teaching apart for you. He had to separate his followers because he couldn't make them into what he wanted to make them with as long as they were on the main land with the other blacks. So his teaching caused a lot of trouble. So finally he was spreading, his teaching was spreading. The king of Islam got very upset, you know. The king is not, we don't have kings, but he was a great one. And he told him, what kind of deal can we make? He said, well, let me out, you know, me and my followers, and we'll go, and you help us to go. So they did. They rounded them all up, helped them to go, and they went to an island in the Aegean Sea. It's called Pelon, but the island is there. It's called Patmos. And your Bible in the book of John or Revelation says, I, John, on the island of Patmos for the word of the Lord. What was the word of the Lord? Let us make man. It took 200 years to make a brown man. But they had to kill the darker and save the lighter. The nurse, when the baby was coming, if it was a real dark child, she would cleverly stick a needle in the brain. If the mother was alert, they'd say, this is an angel baby, and take it and feed it to the cremator. This same system is going on today. I just want you to see what's happening to us and our children. See, it's happening to you. You're dark-skinned. You're pretty. And you got something. But in this world, you're not the standard of beauty. The white woman is. Therefore, all light-skinned persons with a little curl in their hair, their lips not quite as thick, their nose not quite as flat, they become the standard of beauty among us. So look, whatever happened on Pelon Pelon or Patmos, I'll put Patmos, which is the way it's called now, and I'll put Pelon. These two was this. It was a womb. And let me tell you something, sisters. When you are pregnant, you have to be careful what you allow to go on around what's growing inside of you. Because what's going on in the environment will mark what you're building in the womb. So if murder and lying was going on the island of Pelon, it took 200 years, the messenger says, to bring forth a brown man. And when they were made, some of them would leave the island and they took up residence, what you call now Japan. The Japanese are the brown people. The Chinese are called the yellow people. Another 200 years of murder, killing the darker, saving the lighter, marrying the lighter on to the lighter to keep on producing lighter. 200 more years, you had a yellow civilization. Some of them left the island of Pelon and they started populating parts of Asia that is called China. 200 more years, giving you 600 years, they had a white man. He was pale, pale skinned, weak boned, stale faced, Caucasian, that's what it means. Caucasian means weak bone, weak blooded, stale face, with a leaning toward evil. If you rear them under righteousness, they'll be right, but always you got to watch that leaning. And the white one is the final product of the made man. And that's why the Bible says Adam was made from the dust of the earth. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said that dust is a particle of matter that had no form and no purpose until form was given to it and purpose was given to it. The brown germ in the black man was there. It had no purpose, so it's called dust. But Yaqub gave it form and gave it expression. And what was born from that island was what we call devil. A people inclined to evil. A people that are liars and murderers by nature. That don't mean they all do this, but that's the nature. And that's why white people today, they really don't understand their own wickedness. They came here, the Native American took them in, gave them corn and showed them how to farm and whatnot. How did they treat the Native American? They killed them. They used germ warfare on them. Gave them blankets that had smallpox in it. Why? Why are you going to do this to a people that befriended you? Because you're a liar and a murderer, a devil. Africa, Asia, wherever they went on the earth, they found people there, and after they found them, they deceived them, they killed them, and made them slaves. Am I lying? That's his nature. Now he got you and me. Brought our fathers out of Africa. He's a liar. He's a murderer. What has he made us? See? The enemy has divided you all against yourself. And now he don't even have to come and kill us. We're busy killing each other. You have become what he is, a devil.
Well, let me give you two versions of melanin. We'll start with the cosmic aspect of melanin, which is known as dark matter. And they've been researching this stuff for the last umpteen years. Dark matter, there's a book called Through a Universe Darkly. All you need to know is the name of the person. And so that is this cosmic substance. This cosmic substance. And it's more than just a substance. It's everything from the essence of an intelligence, the fabric of space itself. It is known in the Bible when they say in the beginning there was darkness. But there's thousands of references to this darkness in Egypt. In Kemetic studies, even the god Osiris is called Lord of the Perfect Black. It's also called Techem, heavy star material. So it's multiple names. I did about 10, 15 years ago, or about 14 years ago, tried to jot down just about how many things could be named melanin, and I was up to almost 300 different things, because if we're talking about something that is the basis, it's actually one of the bases you hear all the time, carbon. We are carbon-based beings. Well, that's what melanin is, carbon. Forms of earth melanin is oil, crude oil. You see what I'm saying? It is the same thing that you hear of in the Bible of the anointed one. Well, what it means, the anointed one, it means anointed by olive oil, but olives are both black and green.
That's right.
Well, Osiris is known as God of the perfect black, but he's also known as the green god. You see what I'm saying? Among Pan and other different, El Kedar is the green one in Islam. But they always talk about the green and the black. So these are ancient mythological mysteries, just alluding to this mysterious substance that is not only permeates everything, but it will be the outcome of everything also, including when we go into the earth mysteries of global warming and all that type of stuff. So there's a connection. There's a connection with that. But what it basically is, so that's the cosmic aspect of this mysterious substance. Okay. In the inner aspect, as far as the biological aspect, which is inside of our bodies, it is a substance that is secreted by the pineal gland. Osiris is called a corn deity. The pineal gland is in the central part of the brain, in the middle of the brain, and it is big as a grain of corn. Is as big as a grain of corn. But melanin is also permeates throughout our central nervous system. Okay. Melanin is not only within our central nervous system, melanin is also called junk DNA. So you have DNA, which is the two double helix strands that you see. Then there's the DNA that science either can't understand or don't want the public to understand, and they call that junk DNA. Well, that junk DNA is nothing but melanin. You see what I'm saying? Nothing but melanin.
Okay.
You see?
Okay.
And so this particular, now the thing about it here is another reason probably why is because we have, as black people, have a greater output of the melanin, but nevertheless, everything down here has to have melanin to even survive, including white folks. You see what I'm saying?
Everybody needs to survive. Okay.
Right. So you can't go by, and one thing about the melanin, the one that's the most important is the one that is in the central nervous system. This cosmic black substance, sand-like substance. It's in the central nervous system. And in that particular case, you can't just measure it based on skin color, based on the melanocytes. The melanin that's in the skin is just basically the melanin that protects black people from the sun that lives on the equator or equatorial Africa or on the continent of Africa and other hot climates. That's the melanocytes, and that is the skin aspect. What we're talking about here is one that is the one that's in the central nervous system, which is our essence, which means you can have a great deal of melanin and be very light-skinned. The first indication of melanin comes from the first humans. So obviously these first humans being in tropical climates would have a darker pigment. And as a result, that melanin aligns the melanocytes, what they call melanocytes, which makes the skin black to protect it from the sun.
Gotcha.
You see what I'm saying? And the hair also black. You see? Now, but nevertheless, we still have, even if we just talk about the African family, we still have different hues of Africans. But even if we talk about people from around the world, and even if we talk about black people in our newer form, where we have different hues ranging from dark skin all the way to light skin. That melanin, there's another melanin, which is the inner melanin, which permeates the central nervous system. I have names for it. Richard King and Dr. Carol Barnes and them talk about a certain melanin. But anyway, you can be heavily melanated and light skinned. You see what I'm saying? On that particular aspect, because we're talking about now, here we're talking about a form of DNA, the inner stuff. You see, especially when they talk about junk DNA, the melanin that can't be understood, or they don't want to understand it, or they don't want science to understand it. You see what I'm saying? Or the scientific community, which is a really tragic community, is the scientific community. Because the scientific community is always a community that is a byproduct of something that is secret, that the global elite will go in their lodges, in their secret societies, and learn the greater part of that. The tragic part is when it gets to the scientific community, they're always limited to the physiological aspect of things.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? And as a result, that's tragic, because there's greater levels of this that we don't never learn, because the simple fact here, there's a consensus and a conspiracy, yes, to hide the greater knowledge from the people.
I love the challenge. At the beginning of this phase, let me explain that hermaphrodites are dual-sexed. Anybody who's hermaphroditic or hermaphrodite has both sexes. Androgynous means a male and a female part on the same plant. So what would happen under androgynous takings in the plant kingdom happens in the hermaphroditic undertakings in the animal kingdom, and that has been referred to as parthenogenesis. Are you still with me? All right. High alkaline diets, enzymes, fresh juices, plenty of chlorophyll, oxygen-containing foods, along with deep breathing and exercises, shortens the menstrual cycle. Did you hear what I just stated to you? High alkaline diets, freshly squeezed and freshly run fruit and vegetable juices containing enzymes and life force, heavy chlorophyll containing products. Chlorophyll allows you to do as the plants do to some extent, become photosynthetic. You can change light into usable energy and energy into usable light. High chlorophyll containing diets, plenty of exercise, plenty of deep breathing reduces the menstrual cycle. A lack of the exercise, a lack of life-giving foods and meat diets produces the menstrual cycle and reverts you back to the lower vibration of the animal for the human that you are, the animal person. Most athletic women find a wonderful, horrible thing that happens to them. Boy, Blair, you can't get your stuff straight. Wonderful, horrible. What a way to put adjectives together. The wonderful thing is that they find that they don't suffer through the monthly menses, and they may even skip months and even have at the most a 30-hour menses. The horrible thing is they think they're pregnant or worse. That's a wonderful, horrible sensation. Women then, of course, as they have before, then go to the doctors to get straight. And they do. The poor, ignorant mother, please mothers, don't get angry with me, let me finish, not knowing any better, suffers greatly with her daughter. The poor, ignorant father, not knowing any more than the mother or daughter, suffers equally and says, yes, something must be wrong, and they all run to the great white coats in the sky for direction and and help. Please bring it on. Please, my daughter has not suffered, gone through a menses yet as I have. Make her go through it so I can be proud of her and know that she is healthy. And a guy said, yeah, that's right. They know what they're talking about. And neither of them do. And in many cases, neither does the medical doctor under the oath of Hippocrates that they suffer through too. So ignorance leads ignorance, and the blind lead the blind, and they induce the menses by ways that would turn your stomach. Or maybe you've heard of some of the ways that the present medical allopathic practitioners induce the menses in young girls who have not had a cycle, because they know if they have not had a cycle, that girl is sick, and they want to make her well. By barbaric methodologies, do you want me to spell it out, or can you imagine? Those prone lie-down tables which women help themselves strap into have induced more trauma that some women never get over, but usually on a 6-month basis they go for more. Not only sulfur and drugs that are caustic to epidermal tissue are administered internally to a woman, but solutions and devices are inserted that can even tear up the womb in the best practitioner who has loving tenderness on his or her mind. Some women never recover from that, and yes, it will bring on some kind of hemorrhaging, I guarantee you. The old ways, the folk ways, the dumb ways, using herbals to do anything you wanted to and magnets to do anything you wanted to, would be too simple, too simplistic for the modern practitioners of medicine, so they make it a dual thing. You have to usually come back twice a month for 6 months, and they get rich off of your suffering, and then you experience the final crustacea, the final wonderful thing. You have a menses. Isn't that wonderful? That's because, in ignorance, woman thinks that that is the only way she can be healthy, and the absence of which means ill health or pregnancy. Oh, how we have suffered through ignorance. Original female, when she wanted to bring forth birth, simply agitated the elements under her direction, under her matrix, and begin to form self. First of all, as living beings, and this is the ancient legend when people were not born through eggs, and then later on, as she mated again with animals, had to go through the animal methodology of producing through living birth and through, again, excretion and term. All original zygotes are female when formed. I repeat, all original zygotes are female when formed. They later change. Usually after 6 to 8 weeks, the male fetus starts to secrete testosterone, otherwise it would remain a female. All males start off life as a female in the womb. presently in this moon cycle. Hear this now, it's going to start getting worse with each sentence. Bear with me. Sometimes a small quantity of testosterone is secreted, just enough to make testes form on the developing embryo, but not enough to utilize proper brain chemistry and pituitary gland balance, and indigenous homosexuality is produced. What did he say? What did he say? You don't want me to repeat that? I know you don't want to hear that again. Yeah, you do. I knew it. Just gluttons for punishment, aren't you? Just like going to the MDs, some of them. Sometimes a small quantity of testosterone is secreted just enough to make testes form on the developing embryo, but not enough to utilize proper brain chemistry and pituitary gland balance, and indigenous homosexuality is produced. Gets worse. Birthmarks are the mental impregnation and decreased ability of woman to still mark and control the fleshly vibratory cell states within her body. In other words, if you are frightened by something, usually in your second or third trimester, if you crave something, usually in the last of your first, second, and third trimester, if you are any way involved with something that stays on your mind, you mark your child or fetus with that thought. Now, before you laugh at that, how many of you have craved the strawberries, which shows a lack of calcium and phosphorus and a need for iodine, and then you have a strawberry patch on the baby, usually on the left side of a boy, the right side of a girl. The boy is usually carried higher, and the girl is usually carried lower, and so on and so forth again. Just reverse that, because the boy's head is bigger, usually lower for the boy, higher for the girl. And the child is usually marked left or right, depending on its sex, with your thought. You're scared by a mouse, or you're frightened, or you think about, if a mouse ever ran across, I'd probably faint. Here's a little mouse marked on your child there. It begins to break up as the cells expand, but you can see it distinctly at birth. Or you have these cravings. That shows at one time you could mentally control fleshly cells, especially within your matrix and sphere, and now you don't know how to any longer, so it kicks in, but you don't control it. That is mind power, now at its most deficient. At one time it was at its most proficient. Dermoid cysts are the undeveloped cells starting the first trimester of fetal development, and microscopic examination will verify that fact. You are budding outside of the womb. Most cysts are mutating cells that do not follow a pattern. Dermoid cyst is a birth in the cavity, what they call the operoom, that does not have a womb, and usually results in a huge cyst that must be removed. Teeth, hair, and cell structure can be readily seen on a dermoid cyst. Fibroid tumors are the results of the vibrations budding along the reproductive organs and tract, but not being able to start the mitosis, and so they just act as little buds throughout the reproductive area, especially when meat is present in great degrees in that female system. You didn't hear either of those things either, did you? No, I know you didn't. Well, then buy the tape. The word conception means to conceive mentally. Look it up. The word conception, first IBID definition, means to conceive mentally, not to conceive in the womb. Take a deep breath. Now we get to the real rough stuff. You thought this was rough? This was nothing. Now it gets rough. Man descended from woman. Circumcision is the artificial means to finalize that separation, and when the race of man was having a hard time making it here, especially certain kinds of man, human, the foreskin tried to cover the penis just as it is cloaked in the clitoris, and consequently the male had to actually cut off this foreskin as he tried to become what he once was, a woman. The male testes is a woman's descended ovum now encased within the scrotum. The male penis is an elongated clitoris. The female fallopian tubes, named by Fallopius again in 1523, is nothing more than the male vas deferens or urethra duct, which is both of the fallopian tubes joined together, an amalgamation of the fallopian ducts. The male prostate, which males usually by the time of 12 to 40 have problems with and usually don't even function well after 40, the reason why is now going to be explained to you. It is nothing more than an atrophied womb. And every man has the vestibular mammary glands that go along with it, and during times of pregnancy of a woman can lactate. And during times of the month can lactate too, especially if those mammary glands are titillated or excited. I know it's rough to hear it and take it, but you think about it, and when you find me wrong, then we'll talk about it. The bulbourethral glands of the male are equal to the larger so-called vestibular glands of the woman. It simply means that amongst the male gland reproductive is a gland called the orchic. How many men know where their orchics are? How many men knew you had an orchic? How many women know that you have 3 glands that you've never been told about, and one of them you've only partially been told about? That's why I list it as a third. Don't leave yet then. The female thyroid gland has 3 lobes. The male thyroid gland has 2 lobes. And the reason why the female thyroid gland has 3 lobes is because she tries to store up thyroxine through iodine storage, and is always usually craving it in a deficient way. The chemical iodine we get here is not the sodium iodine that she needs, and she's always craving iodine. The closest substitute is simply iron. It is not the substitute though. Seaweed and plants like chlorella and chlorophyll-containing water plants give her most of those proficient things. Land plants usually can't make the grades, and most of the women that take chlorophyll will find it's from alfalfa. That's why they're not satisfied physically in their thyroid reproduction. Thyroxine is not rich from land plants, which also have chemicals within them. Hear well something I know no other white man or black man has told anybody in here, and then all you have to do is do the research to see if it is true. The other 2 female secret glands is one called the epiphoron, E-P-O-O-P-H-O-R-O-N, the epiphoron. In good physiological guides and studies of physiognomy, it is between the ovary and the uterus in what is called the mesosphinx. Yes, M-E-S-O-S-A-P-I-N-X, the mesosphinx. You can look it up in your physiological text, or just go to a med store near a pre-med college, and you don't even have to take it out. Just glance through, look it up, write it down. You can leave the book there. Within the epiphoron in the mesosphinx is something called the parophoron. P-A-R-O-O-P-H-O-R-O-N, the parophoron. It produces seminal fluid and seminal secretions, just like in a male. Those glands in many cases are atrophied, and the eating of salt is one of the things that atrophies them, as it does the thymus gland, which is a gland of youth. Those glands reflect from the biblical cord. That's not what you call it, is it? I call it the biblical cord. And biblical is what it's supposed to be. I say that because it is through misteachings of a religion that sought to subjugate women and bring them under church control that the truth of these books and things that talked about it have been squelched and hidden. They are now called apocrypha. When a woman exposed to moonlight at certain days of the month or sunlight at certain days of the month can suffer again even worse menses based again on the amount of meat in her system and the thoughts on her mind. All animals with vertebra follow the moon cycle, and that's why every 28 days, give or take a half day, they suffer the menses. It is the animal portion of woman that is pulling her down. Mitochondrial DNA is which your allopathic doctors will bring on you and your geneticists will back up, and they really don't understand it, but I will tell you what they will tell you. Mitochondrial DNA has an opponent. It is called nuclear DNA. Nuclear DNA is a mixture of both parents' genes. Nuclear DNA is a mixture of both parents' genes. Mitochondrial DNA is inherited only from the mother and is altered only by mutation, and this may be of what led to the original separation of races on our planet and the proliferation of the newborns, the mankinds. Let me repeat that once more to you. It is a very heavy proponent. I'm not being egotistical. You haven't heard this, listen to it, and go out and do the research. Two types of DNA that they speak about, mitochondrial DNA and nuclear DNA. Nuclear DNA is a mixture of both parents' genes. Mitochondrial DNA is inherited only from the mother and can be altered by radiation and even thought. It is very unstable DNA molecule. We're told that again the X chromosome belongs to the female and the Y chromosome belongs to the male, and when you get double X and double Ys and things like this, you get anything at all. I will state to you that a woman has the mental ability to change the chromosome pattern of any DNA molecule, or did. Oh woman, if you only knew who you were, then man would know who he is. Since both were taken away from the homeland by which virgins were born, and from the identification in Nubia and in Mesopotamia and amongst the Anasazi in the underground realms of the pyramid where the first earth woman was put on the surface to be tried for creativity. If we understood what went before, we would understand better the dream flashes when we begin to try to understand who we are. So much has been taken away, as I used to understand it, 96 books, and now I understand it from a brother last night, 240 books. But either way, the missing books of what we call the biblical book of the Bible, that if we had it all back as they did at once the library at own, we would understand who we were, when our gods and creators were coming back, and when the universal cosmic logoi would sanction the end to this foolishness on this planet. Let me state that 2000 is the year. The awakening has begun, and now women must worry about cysts, because as our sun puts out more energy, and this summer that's all you're going to hear about, women will begin to produce cysts like mad. And if you eat meat, you're going to produce dermoid cysts and go through all kinds of trauma, especially the lower the phylum of the meat that you ingest. Because the vibrations are low, and the body must get rid of it, and the sun will work on it, and it will try and bring it to term, because that's why it thinks you ate the meat. Did you hear me? You didn't hear me. About to wind up, and I know there won't be any questions or comments, will there? Lastly, as we conclude this way out presentation that I don't know anybody is going to present other than me, so I'll stay around so you can ask questions of me, is simply this. Mankind, human, angelic man, and gods will be on this planet this year. Before, just mankind and human shared an innocence and an ignorance, and now they no longer can live with each other in peace. Therefore, as one awakens, one must go to sleep. Cycles reverse. We are in the midst of a dispensational reversal of what is called a dispensation and a sensation. We're leaving the sensory vibrations of the third plane and are going into the fourth dimension once again. Those that change will find the menses will begin to cease, so don't go running to the doctor to stab you, please, and pay him for doing so. But understand that a change in frequency is your blessing, and one of the curses will be that they will not get the money from you by selling all the devices on a monthly basis to supposedly the 5 billion people on our planet that are females. Understand also that if you work with your mother-father image, which is your natural heritage, as the angels that you're supposed to be, many other things will begin to heal themselves if you just go natural, meaning natural herbals. Instead of drills and scalpels, magnets and crystals. Instead of all of the drugs, the vitamins and natural herbals and the trees and the barks. And it's very interesting, if you're keeping your lawns in the summertime now, you have the hardest time trying to stop those daggone weeds from coming up again, and you will spend half of your monthly income either on your mortgage payments, your rent, or keeping your lawns pretty. Those of you who are fortunate enough to even have lawns. Well, you won't have them long anyway because the weeds are coming back. One of the signs of the time is when weeds begin to grow, man is going to suffer because the weeds are your medicine fools. Pick them now, dry them out, get the seeds, and live. It won't cost you a cent. Don't throw them away. When they throw them away, pick them up and don't let them put the dioxides and dioxazines and everything else into them. Get them now while God is blessing you. The manna is coming and you are burning it up and throwing it away. It's for free. Study your basic herbal guides. You'll see them growing in the streets. The Creator has not forgot you, neither has Jehovah. Understand who you are and pick them and store them now so you may live, and at least the women will not have to go through menses in the time of trials. The radiation that the sunflower carries will help you to develop a higher consciousness if you don't let it become poison by going through the wicked master's cultivation system and being resold to you. Grow your own. Understand again that as you develop the higher consciousness, the new life forms born to you will be the gods returning in a form that they will transform the earth. That's why these precious young are being fought over, but not by the nuclear Negroid family, but by the Caucasoid state. And you're giving your children up to the state right and left, not understanding you're giving away your gods. Your goddesses, if you don't understand that God has no plural. God is one. Those who are low in vibration think low in vibration, reproduce low in vibration souls, and will suffer through the pangs of karma. Those who raise their consciousness call forth advanced souls. Their own bodies are quickened and purified in the undertaking. The male also gets healed in the undertaking, and the new soul can teach you until it's become psychically closed by all the drugs and things that this present false civilization will give to them. The blessings have never stopped. The intelligence of what once was a prosperous people was taken away. But don't feel bad. It was taken away from everything born on this planet. In conclusion, this time, like all times, is a good one if we but know what to do with it.
Melanin.
Thank you.
Okay. You see what I'm saying? Just about everything in the medical profession they're finding out now has something to do with melanin. As a matter of fact, they have something like 20-something articles on the internet on melanin every year. Now check this out. In every single year they will have another 20-something articles, and they all have changed from the articles from the previous year. Wow. That's how much research was going on melanin. It is the #1 research on the planet. Wow. You see what I'm saying? As the #1 research on the planet. As a matter of fact, we can go even further. You had your Human Genome Project. And people need to ask this question. You had your Human Genome Project that started in the 1990s, and that's all you heard. We're mapping the DNA code. Human genome, human genome, human genome. And then in the 2000s, you didn't hear much about the Human Genome Project anymore. And all the research that was in the Human Genome Project started going into the research at major universities and even black universities where they're studying 15,000 black people's DNA in the United States. In the UK, and then all of a sudden, these programs come up on how you need to trace your DNA back to Africa or where have you. Even in the UK, they got a whole, program where they're tracing their DNA back. They do it from the UK so they can get all, because most of the islands are in London.
So they're doing it in the UK too.
So they're doing it in the UK. That means they can get most of the islands, other than going to all these different islands. So UK would be the central place, just like America would be the central place for blacks in the diaspora. You see what I'm saying? Okay. So they gave you a TV show called African American Lives with Henry Louis Gates. They gave us a TV show, African American Lives, trying to get this thing, the people to trace their DNA, and they gave a whole motion picture to the black people in London. You see what I'm saying? Trying to place this DNA. So why is it all of a sudden the Human Genome became more interested in the 2000s of tracing the DNA? Because they also know that everything is locked up in, if you're talking about we're the oldest people on the planet and most indigenous people, then it would be, if you're going to talk about, study anything from its arcane perspective or its holistic perspective, you need to get the original blueprint. That just makes sense. You see what I'm saying? And if you want to understand how you can have an original archetype of a person, or original entity, and later on have a later entity, you need to find out the variations on what makes us who we are. Because it's interesting here, because they're astounded to say that, well, you know, if you were originally African or originally any type of indigenous person, because we got different black people from around the earth other than just the African. When you see those Olmec heads, that tells you that we were more than just a continental people. But in the evolution of our coming into Africa and our plight, you see what I'm saying? That made the melanin into something new. You see?
Gotcha.
You see what I'm saying?
That's right.
And something extraordinary. So this stuff is, like I said, it can take weeks to just go into this melanin thing because there's so much. But you know, so much. And so you have melatonin that secretes at night. Okay. You got serotonin that secretes in the day. You see what I'm saying? Either way, so you got melatonin and serotonin comprised together, you get melanin. That's one of the great mysteries. Even to the menstrual cycle. Now, the menstrual cycle here is one of the great ones that was broken. It's in a book called Dragon Time. I don't know the name of the author, but it was called Dragon Time. And in there it talks about how when women have these mood swings based on their menstrual cycle, that what has happened when the menstrual cycle came on, certain hormones are secreted that normally will be regulated when the cycle is not on. They're just these hormones are just secreting everywhere. So in 1 minute, melanin being a nighttime hormone, you might be walking around 12 o'clock at day, and this thing secretes as a nighttime hormone, which suggests sleep. And then all of a sudden, you can understand when your mood will change and you don't want to be bothered.
That's right.
You understand what I'm saying? So it's different things that's going on. As a matter of fact, sleep itself is a form of melanin. Why we know that? Because why is it when Europeans need to sleep, they take melatonin pills?
That's right. That's right.
You see what I'm saying? So sleep itself is a form of melanin. You see what I'm saying? You see, so you got the god Shiva. The god Shiva is also called the Lord of Sleep.
Right.
You see?
That's right.
And so,
that's right.
Right. So all of this stuff comes down to it's everything. And there's so many things you can link it. We could even link this to the planet. Melanin is what we used to use to control the weather with our mind. I use my own inner visions to stop the rain, and I have been 100% successful since 1998 when I started doing it. So we used to control the weather based on that. So when you see the whole Indian rain dance and all this type of stuff here, that's nothing scientific. There's nothing. We used to could do that. If we're connected to the earth and connected to the atmosphere, then why is it that we can't control it? Don't tell me that you can say a sign, zodiac sign, can affect the way a person is, and that person don't also have the same type of connection to the moon and the stars. You see what I'm saying? So therefore, yes, everybody does. You see what I'm saying? I take for instance, so melanin is also connected to the global warming. This is the stuff that they don't want you to know. You can control the weather, and it is because of you that the global warming is going on. Not only is the earth heating up, there's all kind of ancient texts that talk about the earth will be heating up. Even the little old man Elijah Muhammad in his book Fall of America said that in the latter days the earth gonna heat up and get extremely hot. You see what I'm saying? So no, there is all kind of text and stuff like that. How this affects global warming and the planet is simple. Now there's one other part of melanin that I didn't explain. Melanin, the movement of melanin and the regulation of melanin is regulated by these glands that's in your body. The pituitary gland regulates the melanin, and the pineal gland secretes the melanin, and they got all these endorphins that do certain things, but it's all regulated, and it is all stemmed from a cosmic fire that's at the base of the root chakra, or the base of your spine, near the anus. And it's a cosmic fire, and that fire, they say it's 10 times hotter than regular fire, but it is inside of our body, but it's the ethereal fire. And that particular fire shoots up the spine, and that's called the Kundalini energy. And it permeates the chakras and goes into the pineal gland, and that's where you get the serpentine fire or the cosmic fire. Our God is an all-consuming fire.
That's right.
You see.
That's right.
So that's called the Kundalini of the serpent fire. So they say, Moses, you shall pick up serpents in the wilderness as a testimony to your faith.
You done touched on another question.
Well, the serpents that Moses was supposed to pick up is talking about the Kundalini energy. And the prophecy was not talking about a literal serpent, it's talking about the serpentine fire, the Kundalini fire that raises you to a higher evolution or a higher elevation of spirituality. Well, just as we have a Kundalini fire in us, the earth has its own Kundalini fire.
That's right.
It has the same exact Kundalini fire and a serpentine energy. As a matter of fact, there's a book called The Mysteries of the Mexican Pyramids by Peter Tompkins. And in that book it talks about, in that book, The Mysteries of the Mexican Pyramids, it talks about how several Mesoamericans, or several Americans in South America and Mexico, several Mexicans in South America and Mexico, they go in and they do ceremonies to raise the earth's Kundalini. There's a new book that just came out the first of the year by Drumbelow Melchizedek. I don't know the name of the actual book, but I know part of the writing on the book, or the subtitle of the book, is talking about igniting or raising the earth's Kundalini by Drumbelow Melchizedek. So my point here is, if there's an evolution, and we're connected to it, then that means the earth is connected to it, and it is also heating up based on that. You see what I'm saying? So the last part is this: we are evolving as a species, and the Kundalini energy is part of that evolution, and the melanin and the DNA especially black DNA, has been changing rapidly since the 1990s. And we are evolving. So if this stuff is evolving in us, that means the earth is also evolving. So I'm like George Carlin say, you got to have a hell of an ego to think that in actuality you are harming the planet. What ego you think? You think the earth, they laugh at the earth, laughs at that, saying, when I'm ready to throw you off, I can flick you off like a flea. Don't think that this is a cosmic planet and a cosmic universe, and you think that you have the audacity to think that you actually are harming the planet. That's a joke to the earth and to the spirit realm. Which means that, but what we're actually seeing here is this. The people who study the ancient mysteries know that the earth is heating up, and they know that certain things is happening and we are evolving as a species. So what they do here is they put on the scare tactics. You see what I'm saying? It's a scare tactic. So yeah, there is global warming, but I'll let you in on another little secret. If you take everything, every single thing that the scientists and everybody's saying that you can do to change global warming, well, guess what? If you did everything in order, and if you got the earth and its whole population total to follow the instructions by the T to change the earth and to save the earth, guess what happened? Them ice glaciers will still melt on time because this has nothing to do.
It's gonna melt.
It's gonna melt anyway. You want to know why? Because it has nothing to do with man's behavior. It has something to do with man's biology. As we evolve, the earth evolves.
You see what I'm saying? Just one more time, you said it has to.
As we evolve, the earth evolves. It's just that what it is the reason why it's coming so rapid now. Because you can go to, if you see those footage of those ice glaciers, they are breaking off, I mean, miles, oh man, daily. You see what I'm saying? So now, but you thinking, well, wow, you think we got why is this happening now? Because the thing about it is we have been evolving for the last 25 years and ain't nobody told you about it. You see what I'm saying? Nobody told you about it. You see what I'm saying? So what it is because you don't have the knowledge of our evolution, especially black people, because we're the original people. So we are the ones, and it made all these movies, the X-Men and all these different movies of us mutating, but it's called transmutation into something else. And we're the original people. That means we was on the planet long enough for something to actually happen with our DNA.
Gotcha.
You see what I'm saying? And don't think that the planet, the trees and everything else is not the same species. It's all one.
That's right.
When you go out in space, you don't see human beings walking around. You see the earth. You see what I'm saying? But you can look at the earth and say, that's mankind. You see what I'm saying?
That's right.
Or womankind, the lack of a better word. You see what I'm saying? The point I'm trying to make here is, it's all coming, but the thing about it here, if you got a group of people that separate science from spirituality, you see what I'm saying? Then you got to, see, the argument here is this. The argument here is not the separation of, it's not important to separate science from religion, because religion is political. You learn very little about spirituality from religion. It's a guessing game. Everything is broken down into parables or what have you, and it needs to be interpreted by people that's been long dead, but not no preacher.
That's right.
Or not some of these priests. They ancient science or stuff, but spirituality is more important. When you separate the earth and don't teach people spirituality, then the people will only have to rely on the scientific evidence, and that is always a botched job. There's 100 different sequences and variables that you got to get to the way of the science, but the spirit is the cohesiveness. You can find out what you need to do immediately in the spirit realm, but not religious realm. Most people are religious, and religion, what true religion is, what true spirituality is, religion frowns upon. because it talks about the subconscious mind is a powerhouse. It creates around all of us that it believes to be true, according to instructions that you give it. So if you give the subconscious mind what you want for healing or anything, it's going to work. Everything around you and you here and now has been created for you by your subconscious mind and has been attracted to you like a magnet. It is impossible to stop this creation process. Even when you leave the earth life, it will carry on creating for you and serving you for its purpose to attract to you all that you need. It does not reason. It just accepts the instructions that are believed to be in your best interest. Before it will change its creative pattern, it has to be connected with new instructions that are valid. This is where all conscious mind comes into picture. So your subconscious mind creates everything that you need. The only thing about it here is you have been given wrong information based on society, your preacher, your teacher, your parents. You see what I'm saying? And as a result, your subconscious mind has to realize when you want some greater things to happen, you got to validate it and make it valid so your subconscious mind can understand that. One best way to do is to somehow go on the internet and get this book called The Magician, the Magician by Philip Cooper. The planet is changing on multiple levels. You see what I'm saying? On multiple levels and stuff like that. You know, so it's not just the glaciers. I mean, it's all types of the planet being in peril and all. You see what I'm saying? I'm telling people to rejoice.
Yes, right. I agree.
I'm telling people to rejoice. If you wake up tomorrow and that sun ain't shining, you need to rejoice. Why? Because that means that there's been a break in your misery and suffering. And when there's a break in the misery and suffering, some people can wake up. That means we on our way. You see what I'm saying? That means that your DNA has already started to take effect. I'm talking about rejoice. I'm talking about rejoice on every natural disaster you can. Because that's how much because ultimately, this is what this stuff about. Let me explain something to you. Now, we know that they blew up their own building on 9/11. That goes without saying. You see what I'm saying? And why would they go through painstaking lengths to create Homeland Security and all of these doggone acts? Is not for no terrorists on the outside, because there is no terrorists on the outside.
That's right.
It is to contain what's on the inside, and that's you. And a device that is ready to come online and destroy anything that threatens it. You see what I'm saying? That was research done by the East Indian government in 1975. We have devices in our body that is willing to come online and destroy anything that threatens it, at least in this particular time. So the Homeland Security is not for no outside Al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda is American Black Ops. You know, it was invented by them. This stuff here is to contain black people, because they study that DNA and they know that DNA change. And they're going, what if? You see, we need to take precautions because the DNA is changing. It has amino acids popping up on it every day. So we have a monster in our midst. A new day. You see what I'm saying? So they're trying to contain us. You see what I'm saying? And yes, the planet, Kundalini, is rising. You see, that's what we really need to be focused on, is our own human selves. Because that's what the government is focused on, to create a Homeland Security for you, for us. But what they don't realize, when it go down, it ain't going down physical. It's going down spiritual. And you can't fight no ghosts.